Good morning, everybody. My name's Dave Bajan. I'm Vice Chair of this committee. Unfortunately, Martin Smart can't be with us today because he's not too well. So I'm going to be chairing this planning committee. Other members of the committee are, would they like to introduce themselves, the councillors, as we go round? Starting with Katie.
Good morning, I'm Councillor Katie Porrer.
Morning, I'm Councillor Katie Thornborough.
I'm Councillor Jennifer Pagecraft.
Councillor Jenny Gawthorpe-Wood.
Thank you. And the officers in the committee are?
Toby Williams, Area Development Manager.
James Goddard, Committee Manager.
Well, anyway, if Barbara would introduce himself if his speaker was working, and it will be eventually. And of course, we've got Claire Tunnicliffe who's producing the meeting. Other officers and speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and a lot of them will be coming in via the internet. Housekeeping, copies of the agenda are found on the City Council's website. If you're speaking, can you talk to specific page numbers? Don't forget to use your microphones as if you would. Anybody has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, can you wave, please? We're going to take a 30-minute break between noon and 2 p.m. Maybe we won't need that. Don't forget that we're on view here, so if you've got something on your laptop that's confidential, then it could be picked up. The camera will follow the microphones when you're speaking, so Simon, be aware of that. It will be looking at you when you speak, yes. Process of each planning application will be that the case officer will give a brief introduction to their report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. Traditionally, you get 3 minutes to speak. The committee manager will ring a bell when you've got 30 seconds left. Once you've spoken, then you are not allowed to address the committee again unless specifically asked, and that is a very unusual circumstance. The committee will then discuss the debate the item and question the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, there'll be a vote. Only those present in the chamber can vote, and if necessary, I have a cast-in vote. We may be calling short breaks, so if anybody needs a break to use the toilet or something like that, wave at me.
Dave. Apologies, Chair. I've just had a message to say that the video stream is not working.
Is the sound working?
Someone's just informed me that's just now come up.
Okay, but is that the people on outside, did you hear me, even if you couldn't see me? Can somebody let me know? Because otherwise I've got to start again. Right. Yep, good. Okay, so we don't have to go through all that again. Yeah. Right. So, agenda item 3, if councillors here can declare if they've got any interest that might be relevant to any of the planning applications that we'll be hearing. Jenny?
I'm a city councillor for King's Hedges, and I can't remember which item it is, but 49 College Fields is within my ward, but I would regard myself as unfettered.
Yeah, I think we take that as read. I always announce that I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign who nearly always comment on everything. Does anybody else want to say anything? Good. Okay, so the minutes of the 20th of February 22. Are there any concerns? Can I take them that they're agreed? Okay, thanks. So they're agreed, and I'll sign them if you give them to me. And I'll try not to throw them in the bin this time. Oh, where are we? You're going to have to get me in again afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Oh, they're here. There was a meeting I attended as chair, and I threw all these in the bin because I thought they were just spare papers. So where do I sign? Where do you want me to sign, James? Amendment sheet. So we move to agenda item 5. Which is a major application for 66 Colville Road. So is the officer there? Ganesh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just
I think you've frozen.
confirm that you can see my screen there and laser pointer.
Yeah, you're not very clear. I don't know if you can get a bit closer to the microphone or turn it up a bit.
Oh, is that any better?
Marginally.
Let me see if I can turn it up any more. That's as loud as it can. Is that any better? Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Perfect. So the first application is for 66 Colville Road. The application is 2102516 S73, which indicates it's a Section 73 application, which I'll explain a bit more about shortly. The application site is outlined on this plan in red. The blue line indicates other land that's owned by the applicant. The application is made by the Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is a joint venture by Cambridge City Council and Hill Investment Partnerships.
Ganesh, you're muted.
Is that, have you got me back there? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I'll just go back to the start of that slide. So Section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act enables an applicant to apply to develop land without compliance with conditions attached to an extant previous planning permission. Under this section, a local planning authority may amend or remove conditions, but may not amend any other parts of the permission. In this case, the applicants are looking to amend condition 2, which is the approved plans document. The reason why they're looking to do this is to attach some rooftop plants, which I'll explain a bit more about in future slides. So Application history. On the 6th of November 2019, the Planning Committee resolved to grant planning permission for the demolition of existing flats at 66 to 80B Coldwell Road and the erection of 69 affordable dwellings, including 6 houses and 63 apartments, including resident and public car parking, landscaping and associated works. The decision notice for this was issued on the 31st of December 2019. So this slide just shows you the approved layout. So this sort of kind of U-shaped building is the block of flats. To the north of it, we've got car parking associated with the dwellings here. And then we've got some houses in this location to the west of the site and a public car park at the fronting Coldwell Road to the south west of the site. This is a Google Maps image just to show what's happening on site at the moment. It's probably a little bit out of date, but you can see that works have commenced on site, and that sort of slightly awkward U-shaped building is under construction as we speak. So what changes are sought? Alterations to the approved plans condition to allow for the addition of plant screen at roof level. Why is this required? So when this application came to committee previously in 2019, it was planned to have combined heat and power, which would have been gas powered. So this application seeks to make sure that the development is fully electric by providing some air source heat pumps on the roof. And these will need some screening around it for acoustic reasons. It also helps in terms of the aesthetics, which you'll see some images of on coming slides. So at roof level, the main change here, you can see this area where it's indicated there'll be louver plant screen. So the applicants try to tuck it into the centre of the building rather than having it on the edge to minimise its impact as much as possible. The remainder of the roof will remain as green roof with some solar panels in parts of that roof as well. So proposed views. So if you could just bear in mind these 3 positions. So position 1 is located here along Coldwell Road, just to on the edge of the site. Position 2 is further down Coldwell Road, so almost at the junction with High Street. And position 3 is further east along Coldwell Road, almost past the development site if you were coming from Hinton High Street. So I'll show you views of what these would look like with the screen in place, and we can obviously imagine what they would then be like without them. So position 1, so just to the south of to the west of the site, and you can see the 2.7 metre high louver screen there. Provides almost a little bit of a transition between the taller element and the lower element, but it's fairly discreet from that location. Position 2, which is closer to the junction with Hinton High Street. Again, you see the part of those louvered screens there at 2.7 metres high. And then view 3, which is further east along Coldwell Road. It's not visible from there at all. So officer's recommendation, bearing in mind that the main reason for this is to ensure that the scheme is fully electric, is to grant permission subject to the conditions as set out in the officer's report and compliance with the section 106 agreement attached to the existing permission 191034 FUL. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ganesh. If you wouldn't mind waiting to see if there's any questions from the committee. So I've got questions from 2 people, from Katie and Jenny. So Katie first.
Thank you very much. Could you just, the only problem I've heard about air source heat pumps is noise. And my understanding is that residential units are generally much quieter than commercial units. So could you just explain how the potential problem with noise has been mitigated? Thank you.
Can we take both questions, Ganesh? Jenny?
I wonder what the screens were made of, because they need to fit in the overall development.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ganesh?
Thank you, Chair. So I'll answer the questions in order. So regarding noise, on the original permission, there was a condition that said that before any plant was installed, details of the plant would be required to be submitted to our environmental health officers so they can assess the impact of any noise. So the screens the louvers that are proposed are as a direct result of that. So environmental health officers have assessed the particular types of plant that are being used and have made the recommendation that these screens will provide adequate protection for residents, certainly in those upper floor flats where it's most likely to be felt. With regards to materials, there'll be metal louvered panels with a rail colour that will broadly fit in with the palette of materials used on the building itself.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Can we move to the recommendation?
Yeah, so the recommendation is set out on page 31 of the reports pack, and that is to approve planning permission subject to the terms as set out.
Thank you very much. All those in favour?
That's all, Chair.
Right, so that's passed. Thank you very much, Ganesh. Very clear. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we move to the next item on the agenda, which is 11 Hinton Avenue, Cambridge. We have one. Yeah. So can I ask the officer to present the case? Thank you.
Morning, Chair.
Morning.
Are you able to just confirm that you can see my screen and the red pointer?
Yep, you're loud and clear and we can see everything.
Okay, that's great. So this is an application at 11 Hinton Avenue. It's for the erection of a detached two-bed dwelling and side, rear and loft extensions, along with remodelling of internal layouts and raising of ridge to the existing dwelling, following previous planning permissions. The application has been brought to committee as it's for development of one house and there are third-party representations on planning grounds contrary to officer recommendation. The application relates to a two-storey semi-detached house located to the east of Hinton Avenue with associated land to the north. It is attached to number 13 Hinton Avenue to the south, and to the north lies number 5 Hinton Avenue and the garden area of 286 Cherry Hinton Road. At the rear, there are some garages along Lilac Court. The proposal is an amalgamation of two previous approvals for the erection of the dwelling house and extension to the existing property, and work has started on the site. So just to kind of clarify the site history that's happened here. So in 2019, permission was granted for a two-storey detached house. The pre-commencement conditions attached to this permission, they have been discharged and the approved details have been submitted as part of this new application. And then in January 2021, extensions to the host dwelling at number 11 were approved. So this is just showing the different approved site plans and the proposed plans. The size, scale and design of the proposed dwelling and the extension to number 11 are identical to as previously approved. The only alterations other than the amalgamation of the two proposals include a change in the boundary fence for the new dwelling, the inclusion of detached home offices to both the new dwelling and the host dwelling, the inclusion of a cycle store for the existing house, and the relocation of the cycle store for the new house. It's over here previously. As the new house and extension can be constructed as part of the approved, regardless of the outcome of this application, only the alterations to the approved need to be fully considered as part of this proposal. The largest alteration is the inclusion of the outbuildings. The outbuilding for the new dwelling would be 3 metres by 4 metres, and for the house dwelling would be 3.6 metres by 6.5 metres. Both outbuildings would benefit from a 2.8 metre high flat green roof, and both would be clad in cedar panels. The cycle stores, both of them would be 2.2 metres high. In terms of the principle of the development, the principle in the new house and the extension to the host dwelling has been established via the previous approvals, and the proposal to extend or alter both plots are acceptable in principle. In terms of the context of site design and external spaces, as mentioned, the size, scale, bulk and design of the new dwelling and extensions have been approved. And in addition, the details to the new house has also been agreed. The details of the materials, sorry. It's considered that due to the size and scale of the proposed outbuildings, they would appear subordinate to the dwellings of which they would form part of. The outbuildings would not be visible from the street scene, and outbuildings are a common feature within the wider area, as you can see by these aerial views. It's considered that the use of cedar panels and green roofs would reduce the visual impact, and cycle stores would appear as small sheds. It's important to note that both properties benefit from permitted development rights, and it would be possible for the outbuildings of this size of footprint, albeit with a reduction of 0.3 metres in height, to be constructed without planning permission. In terms of the residential amenity on neighbouring properties, again, it has previously been established that the new house and the approved extension to number 11 had acceptable impact on the neighbouring properties. The outbuilding for the new house would be 1.7 metres from the northern boundary and built up to the proposed shared boundary with the host dwelling. Due to its siting and limited size and scale, it's considered to have a limited impact on number 11. And whilst the cycle store would be closer than what was approved back here, it's considered again, due to its size and scale, that it would have limited impact. The home office and cycle store to number 11 would be built up to the shared boundary line with number 13. Due to the distance, which is about 18 metres from the rear wall of number 13, it's considered to have a very limited impact on the main dwelling. It would result in an 8.8 metre long wall of a maximum 2.8 metre high adjacent to number 13's garden. And so it is considered it would have some impact. However, this impact would be limited to a small area of what is a large garden. As the outbuilding is located to the north of number 13, it's considered it would have limited impact on direct sunlight. And overall, it's considered that the additional 0.3 metres above the permitted development allowance would not result in great enough harm to warrant a refusal. It is also noted privacy concerns were raised. However, the outbuildings are single storey, and it's considered that they would not result in any additional overlooking. In terms of future occupiers, it has always been established that the new dwelling complies with the national space standards. The boundary line has been altered from what was approved for the new dwelling. However, it would benefit from 71 square metres of external amenity space, which is considered suitable for a dwelling of this size. The only changes in terms of highway safety car parking is the cycle stores. The cycle store for the new house has been moved closer to the dwelling, and so it's considered to be in a better position than what was previously approved, which was up here. It is noted that the cycle store for the host dwelling is not ideally located right at the end of the garden. However, the previously approved household application did not include any cycle storage, and so it is considered an improvement. And just to conclude, officers recommend approval subject to conditions as outlined within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Charlotte. We have a speaker, Mr. Simon Walker. Simon, you've got 3 minutes, as you probably know. We'll give you a little buzz 30 seconds before the end. Thank you.
Very much. So thank you for the opportunity to make a verbal objection to the planning application for these two garden offices and bicycle sheds. I'm going to focus on those issues that I believe are at odds with the current local plan for Cambridge. First of all, the house at number 11 and the new build development approvals were resold to the current developer, who submitted a revised application in January 22 to include the garden offices and bicycle sheds for each of the houses. Construction activity actually commenced in late 2021 based on the original planning approvals. This new planning application ignores condition 7 of the original approval decision relating to no further changes being permitted, and now reduces the garden length beyond the patio area for the new build house from 16 metres to 8.7 metres. I believe that this is but one element of a slow creep incremental approach to seeking planning approval that is at odds with policy 52 of the local plan, protecting garden land and the subdivision of existing dwelling plots. Number 11's original garden had already been reduced by 43% to accommodate the new build house, with 2 dwellings now on the original site. This revised planning application reduces the garden area by a further 25%, meaning that the overall reduction of garden area from the original is now 57%, at odds with policy 52B and its supporting text. The council imposed wide-ranging tree preservation orders on the site to act as a deterrent to the proposed development at Lilac Court, with the planning inspector describing the area as verdant and an important wildlife habitat. The multiple development activities in the area have damaged this environment, with many mature trees and bushes removed. The proposed garden offices will reduce further any chance of replacement planting with any equivalently sized trees, contradicting subclauses A, B, and C of policy 71. The proposed garden office for number 11 in particular is overbearing in size and inappropriate in location, in contravention of policy 58E. The planning officer recommends approval of the planning application on the basis that the garden offices almost do not require planning permission, as their heights are only slightly greater than the requirement. To counter this argument, the garden office proposed for number 11 will be 1 metre higher than the communal fence, and as proposed have a similar square footage to the entire ground floor extension of the main property. Finally, we are surprised to see the marketing information on the billboard outside number 11 advertising both houses will have garden studios, when these have yet to be approved by the council's planning department. It's understood that one of the houses has already been sold, including that unapproved amendment to the planning approval. So we respectfully request the council rejects this application, as it has a very significant reduction in wildlife environment, amenity for existing residents, and appropriate garden space for the eventual purchasers. Thank you for your time.
Very much, Simon, for coming to actually make your presentation yourself. Thank you. Questions? So we've got Jenny and Katie. And Katie. So we'll start with Jenny, please.
Okay, apologies, I don't have the page numbers for everything. I just wanted to ask the planning officer if she could, at the beginning, she ran through what were the changes, and my understanding is it's the boundary, it's the cycle stalls, and the bike stalls and the garden offices. Now, going on from that, I know that they've said if I think the tree officers have said if you raise these the garden offices off the ground, you can ensure that the tree roots are properly protected. I want to make sure that that is a condition. I'm a bit concerned about the height of the office in number. It's the one that's being renovated, extended, rather than the new house. That one. I did wonder. I don't know whether this can be covered here, but they do say that in the planning application it says that the new house will be accessible. Now, does this mean that it's fully M42 compliant, M42, and will the extended house also, the existing house, be M42 compliant? So it also on the plans, it looks as though the fences are all outside the red line now, except the one between the new house and the existing house. Is that correct? Can we ask to have conditions about, or informatives about the energy sources in the new house? I'm a little bit and that includes EV chargers. I wonder whether you could, as well as have it, I mean, you've got green roofs, they say, on the offices. Does that include the bike stalls? Because that would be good. And I'm a bit confused where the bike store is to the existing house. Said EV charger. Yes, that's another thing, EV chargers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. I think we'll take that straight away, Charlotte, if that's okay with you, because quite a lot of points there, we'll get them done. Thank you.
There were quite a few points. Apologies if I missed any of them. Yeah, the changes are the boundary to the new house, the bike stores, and the garden offices. I'll just share my screen again. 1 second. So the bike store to the existing house, the extended house, is here at the rear of the home office. In terms of M42, a condition has been added to state that the approved would need to comply with M42. In terms of green roofs to the bike store, it's considered it might be unreasonable to ensure they are green roofs because they are quite small, and the previous application for the new house had a bike store which did not include a green roof. We should be able to add an informative about energy. There is a condition that has been added. Let me just bring that up. Regarding carbon reduction, but we can add another informative advising them how best to use to heat and power their house. In terms of the trees, can you clarify kind of your first point? I've got the tree officer's comments up. Yeah, you said something about them saying if it was raised, if the outbuildings were raised.
Yes, I think in the text, the tree officers suggest that if the buildings are raised off the ground, the outbuildings, this will ensure that the roots protection area is preserved. Because in terms of, maintaining the existing landscaping and the trees, that's important.
Yeah, through you, perhaps I can help with that. There are 2 conditions on page 60 of the agenda pack which cover tree protection issues, including methodology, construction and protection. Conditions 15 and 16.
I think that covers that. Thank you, Charlotte. Katie?
I've got real concerns about the bike store at the back of the rear garden of the original house. It completely goes against our parking management policy about encouraging that, about cycle parking being part of the design from the very beginning and being as convenient as possible so that we encourage people to use bikes. This seems to be the most inconvenient spot on the whole site. I think neither of the bike stores are at the front of the house. At least for the new house, it's very close to the side access. But the main house at the back, it's the worst possible position, in my opinion. And I wondered whether there's a landscaping scheme where we could condition that the location of the bike parking is part of that. I'd like to ask what is the distance from the road to the furthest point of habitable space on the main house? If it's more than 45 metres, then I would like to suggest we put on an informative about building. We've got an informative about distance and complying with Part B of the building regulations, which would mean, in effect, that this would need to be sprinkled. I was looking at I wonder if the case officer could explain about the bins and bin storage. Adequate bin storage is actually, again, it's part of the requirement of policy 52 regarding subdivision and dwellings in the gardens. So has the bin storage actually been considered adequately? Is it part of the design, or are they have spaces just been allocated for the bins? That's my three questions. Thank you.
Take those now, Charlotte. Thank you.
I lost my mouse to unmute myself there. Yeah, so it was raised in my report that the bike storage was not the most conveniently located. However, as you can see in what was approved for the householder extension alone, they did not actually include any bike storage. And so it was considered, on balance, it was a slight improvement of what was previously approved. How do you mean the distance from the road to the, can you clarify that part of that question? I can measure it now.
We do have a standard informative that we tend to use now. So if there is a fire in the home studio at the rear of the garden, the fire tenders' hoses are only 45 metres long. So if it's further than 45 metres, it can't be reached by the fire tender, and therefore alternative fire protection needs to be put in. And that is something we've been picking up and adding as an informative. So it's just really from the road to the furthest point of habitable space on the main for number 11. Is it possible to measure that? It wouldn't be possible on PDFs, but on the planning portal, it might be able to measure it.
Yes, so the outbuilding, the closest part of the outbuilding to the front boundary line is 38.7, and the furthest part of the outbuilding is 45.2. So based on that, you'd like the informative to be added regarding that element.
Thank you, Charlotte. Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if the officer would accept the restriction on the office accommodation to ensure that it remains as office accommodation and can't be used as living accommodation, which I think we have done before with some of these garden room type things. Secondly, would the officer consider restricting PD for future, because as I understand it, in effect, this is some permitted development, and I'm not sure if we don't do that, whether it kind of restarts the clock. So I'd be grateful for the officer's advice on that. The cycle store height on the longer garden is 2.2 metres high, which seems quite high for me, so I wasn't quite sure why that was there. And I do agree with Councillor Thornborough that whilst I accept it's a shame the previous one was approved without any cycle parking, so this is an improvement, it's still not ideal. And with that in mind, could the officer confirm the width of the pathway between the two houses and the pathway to the, as we're looking at it, to the top, just to make sure there is actually room to get cycles down those two, please? And could you just confirm how many cycle spaces there are? Because I couldn't see that in the report, but I'm assuming from what you said that it's compliant. And again, I'm just slightly concerned about the height. It's 2.8 rather than 2.5 metres, so it actually does exceed the permitted development. But I just wanted to check as well that that would accommodate the green roof or brown roof, because I'm aware that they also add height. So could the officer confirm if the 2.8 includes that, which for me would offer some comfort that it's going above 2.5, but if it's going to be even higher, that would concern me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to take those, Charlotte?
Okay, so the width of the path between the two dwellings is 1.2 metres. The second part of the path, just you referring to the area at the end between the outbuilding and the rear garden fence. So that would be.
There were two pathways, one to the longer garden and one to the shorter garden. Is that correct? They don't share it.
They share the pathway.
Oh, beg your pardon. Okay.
Yeah, just there. The number of cycles spaces for the new dwelling, it's showing 1 within the cycle store and 3 within the existing house dwelling. We can add a condition ensuring that it's not going to be used as a separate dwelling house in terms of the outbuildings. Obviously, I think it could be a bit harder if if it's ancillary to the dwelling to restrict how they fully use it, but it is noted that it's both are just kind of single rooms. There's no washing or cooking facilities there. I don't know if Toby possibly wants to say about permitted development, restricting that.
Thanks, Chair. That probably would be reasonable in the circumstances in relation to Part E specifically, which is in relation to outbuildings.
Thank you.
And based on just the
Charlotte.
last question, based on the flat roof detail, it looks like based on their section they've submitted, it's 0.12 meters insulation above, and then sorry, I'm just trying to measure.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Jenny, you've got another point?
Well, again, it's clarification. Toby, could you just if you give me the number of the condition regarding the tree protection or that, as I look,
They were
number
conditions
15.
15 and 16.
That's why I can't find it. Okay, thank you. The other thing is, I mean, do outside offices count as habitable rooms? They do, don't they? Or do they? It's just a matter of clarification. And I wondered if the informative could mention solar specifically, because, and I just also wanted to check that there has been no changes to the materials or the internal layout of the new house and the existing house. Thank you.
Chair,
Yeah.
through you, the outbuilding would be classed as habitable space. I'll let the officer come back to you regarding the internal changes.
No, from everything that I saw, everything was identical of what was previously approved for the new house and for the extended house.
Thank you, Charlotte. Are there any further points? Yes, there are. Katie?
The officer didn't get back to me about the bin storage.
Right.
And also, is there a landscape condition that we can amend to include the design and location of the bicycle stores so that the bike store at number 11 can be reviewed going forward? Because there's not even a proposed path down to it. And, you know, this is an accessible home. There may be children with cargo bikes, and getting a bike down to that location is just impractical.
I think we, as a planning committee, have been moving towards a situation where we hoped that bicycle stores, when they're on the site, will be on the site, that they'll be enclosed and that they will be more accessible than maybe perhaps at the end of the garden, Charlotte. Do you think that we can include that in the landscaping scheme?
There's currently not a condition for a landscaping scheme, but I think based on your comments, it could be considered reasonable to add one to ensure that there is a path going to the cycle store, and potentially kind of moving that cycle store kind of a bit closer to the dwelling, making it more accessible. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong there, Toby. And within that landscaping condition, you can see just about, sorry, it might not be very clear on your screens. They have shown the location of the bins, but within that landscaping condition, we could ask for further details of the storage of these bins.
Thank you. Jenny?
Again, I just wondered whether, I can't remember whether this is meant to be car-free, because I know has been discussion in the past about the spaces at the front of the house. If it is meant to have a car on there, can we put EV chargers? Can that be conditioned? I don't know whether that's already in there. And the other thing is, again, about accessibility and M42 compliance with getting to these garden offices. Because if it is raised off the ground to protect the tree roots, there's going to need to be a ramp. I mean, is there a step to get in there? Is it going to be difficult for someone with a Zimmer frame or sticks or a wheelchair? Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
through
thinking-
you, I think there are a range of additional conditions that members have been proposing. It might be just useful to have a kind of recap on where I think we are in terms of conditions. There's a suggestion that we could have a PD removal condition regarding Part E to restrict the use of the offices for residential use. There's a proposed condition with regard to the removal of the development of further outbuildings, which would be a party removal. It would be reasonable to have, I would suggest, an additional condition in relation to the location of the cycle stores and the details of any bin storage as a standalone condition. It would also be reasonable to have a condition in relation to EV charging for the parking space for the new dwelling. And of course, we have talked about some informatives regarding Part B of the building regs, solar PV and M42 in relation to access to the studios. I think those are all reasonable suggestions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Toby. Jenny? Oh, no, Katie, sorry. I'm muddling you up. I'm very sorry.
That's all right.
I apologise.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check with the officer, maybe my fault for mishearing, the height of the flat roofed offices, is it 2.8 including the green roof or sedum roof? And also I think there's only one cycle space, but it's a 2-bedroom place, and I'm looking to Councillor Thornborough, but I think we should be looking for 2 cycle spaces. So I do appreciate that wasn't previously consented, but given it actually looks like quite a spacious cycle store for this smaller dwelling, would the officer consider making that 2, if that's reasonable, just because there's 2 bedrooms, and that would then comply with our local plan? And I definitely support the EV charging, and I'd support an informative for the space that's already there, if possible, which I know we can't enforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Charlotte, is that okay with you?
Yeah, so it is 2.8, including the green roof. In terms of the number of cycle spaces, I believe, sorry, I don't have the local plan directly in front of me, but I checked yesterday, and for a 2-bedroom dwelling, they only need 1 cycle space. That's not to say another one could not be fit in, but they have met the kind of minimum requirements for that.
I think we'd like to add to that.
I think we can cover that through the additional condition that I've suggested would be appropriate in relation to cycle store details and bin store details.
Thank you, Toby. That's very useful. Okay, if there's no further questions, I think, Toby, can you do the recommendation for us?
I will, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 56 of the officer report, and that is to approve subject to conditions. I won't list out again all of those additional conditions and informatives that I mentioned a few moments ago, but it is subject to those terms, the drafting of those additional conditions and informatives to be agreed through Chair, Vice Chair and spokes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if I may, I think it would be helpful to go through those conditions. This is why we sum up at the end, just to make sure we include them all, please.
Okay, but Toby did just read them out, James. But we'll follow the policy. Toby?
Okay, Chair, so the additional conditions are in relation to a additional condition regarding the requirement that the outbuildings are not used separately for residential use, that PD rights with regard to Part E are removed, that there is a additional condition regarding bin and cycle storage for both units, the details to be agreed, that there is an additional condition in relation to EV charging for the new dwelling, that there are informatives regarding solar PV and Part B of the building regs, and M42 regarding habitable, M42 regarding the outbuildings in particular and access to them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Toby. So, all those in favour?
That's all, Chair.
Thank you very much. So that's been approved. Thank you, Simon, for coming and talking. Thank you, Charlotte, for your presentation. Very clear. Thank you very much indeed. We now move to, are we okay to continue? Nobody needs a couple of seconds, no? Good. Land rear of 190 Green End Road, Cambridge. And that's Dean.
It's Jane Rodens.
Oh, it's Jane, sorry.
Sorry,
Definitely
I'm
not Dean.
replacing Dean. No, not today. I'm not Dean today, no.
Would you like to present for us?
Yep. Can I confirm that you can see my PowerPoint? Can you see that one, Chair, the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Brilliant. So thank you, Chair. This application is for development of a 1-bedroom bungalow to the rear of 190 Green End Road. This application has been brought to committee as it was deferred previously on the 2nd of February 2022. And this is due to questions being raised by councillors in regard of the use of the land, amenity space for 190 Green End Road, access, egress and boundary lines for the property. Bear with me. So here's the here's a location plan for the development site. To the south of the site is an area in the same ownership as the application site, which contains an area of shops. The red line further to southbound number 200, 202 and 204 Green End Road. To the north of the site is the rear amenity space of 186, and there's also 188 which is attached to 190 Green End Road. Here is the block plan for the proposed site. The main access is from Green End Road. There is an area of amenity space to the rear. The elevations of the proposed bungalow is 3.7 metres in height, where some of it's partially to be set into the ground. The building is to be 7 metres wide and 7.6 metres long. The floor plan of this proposal shows it's a bungalow with 1 bedroom. And then here's some pictures of the site. This is looking into the site. Looking towards the rear corner. The one looking towards the rear corner of the site. Looking back out towards the parade of shops. That's the rear of 190 Green End Road. This is looking towards the access, so the bungalow will be behind those set of gates. And then this is stood further opposite the road. The recommendation is for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We've got 2 speakers for this. We've got Yvonne Thompson and Derek Thompson. Are you both going to speak? Yes, please. Could you take the position? Okay. Thank you very much. So, Derek, from the moment you start speaking, you've got 3 minutes. 30 seconds before the end, you'll get a little ding to warn you it's time to close. So thank you very much for coming today. Thank you. Yes, please. That's it.
The main concerns with this proposal are the overdevelopment of 190 Green End Road that consists of 2 flats, 1 shop and 1 office that is subject to a change of use to a 3rd flat. One of these have off-street parking. Prior to these proposals, the shop had allocated parking as shown on earlier planning applications, and the now demolished garages were used by occupiers of 190 and others in the terrace 178 to 190. Therefore, development that would best serve the local community would be the return of parking and garaging. The design and position of the bungalow are poor and ask questions why no windows on the rear elevation overlooking the garden and why hard against the boundary of 192. You can see from plans that this keeps vehicle access to the rear of the plot. If planning permission is given, then can the no parking condition in paragraph 8.34 be applied to the whole of the site? To prevent overlooking of neighbours, the bound treatment, close board fencing in paragraph 2.2 and 8.12 needs to be equal to or greater than the top of the windows and glazed doors. We request this is detailed in the appropriate plans and conditions applied to ensure its continued maintenance. Also, the existing low boundary wall with 186, can this be kept and conditions applied to that effect?
Thank you very much. Councillors. Katie?
Could the case officer address the points raised by the objectors regarding overlooking and heights of the existing boundary walls, please?
Right.
Yes, bear with me 2 seconds. There is a condition in, so start with the windows first. So condition 2 refers to the plans. So the elevation drawings show the current windows and their locations. That would be retained and maintained by that condition. And if they did want to change the location of those windows, it would either need a variation, similar to like Ganesh's application earlier, or a new planning permission. There is a condition in regard to the boundary treatment. Bear with me, I'm just trying to find it. So condition 17 refers to no development above ground level. And then part C, it says boundary treatments indicating the type, position, design and materials. So as part of that condition, that would need to be discharged prior to commencement on site. And an informative could be added to say potential heights. I'm just making sure it isn't there. Potential heights of the boundary treatments that would be looked to seek on site, whether committee members would prefer it to be either 1.8 metres or something along those lines. If that answers the questions. If I've missed anything, please let me know.
That was I think were the main things about making sure that it was the properties around, the dwellings around that property remain protected. And if a bungalow is built, that they aren't, it's not made, their privacy is not made worse, which I think. So I think the other issue I think we had from previously when this was brought was regarding cycle access and also provisions for bicycles for the existing flats. So I find this difficult when part of an existing property is being adapted under sort of policy 52, and the amenities of the existing accommodation is not, we're not told how that's going to be dealt with. So the number of people living in 190 and what provision they've got, especially with cycle parking, we need to understand. And I think that's, and also for the cycles, there seems to be there's some cycle parking shown, and I assume that that's actually for the bungalow. Oh no, the cycle parking for the bungalow is at the back, as it is now at the back. And again, this is not a good location for bike parking. And then there is 2 bike parking shown at the rear of 190. Is that at the rear of 190? Is that the bike parking amenity space for the flats? And where is the end of the property? This is the red line goes around 190, but if this is a new dwelling that might be separately sold off, where is the end of the boundary, and how does 190 access the bike provision? Sorry, didn't explain my query very well, but I hope you understand.
There's a picture of that particular spot that you're referring to that we saw last time. I don't know if you've got that, Jane, as well. If you could show that first and then perhaps explain to the councillor. Thank you.
Yes. So just bringing up a plan. So this is the bike store here that's to be retained for 190, and then the bike store at the rear here is for the new bungalow. a site visit was carried out by Dean, and in paragraph 8.18 of the officer report for the committee, it says that it can be confirmed that the existing flats at 190 have no external amenity areas, and the areas within which the proposed dwelling would be situated is currently used for storage purposes, which can be seen from the site photos uploaded to the application file. There's a small area immediately to the rear of 190, which is used for cycle storage, and this area is separated off by a timber fence. So this is the area here that's used for bike storage for 190. It's referred to in paragraph 818.
Do you have the photograph of that bike store area?
I can, bear with me 2 seconds. Bear with me, sorry. It's just taking a moment to
Okay, no
load.
worries.
So these are the photos that are available on the website. I'll get in there. Can you see that photo there?
Yes.
So this would be the bike store, the other side of this fence for 190.
I think there was another one that actually showed the other side of the fence. Maybe I'm wrong.
These are the only photos added to show the rear of 190.
Okay, thank you. There was also a question about the red line, that if this bungalow was to be sold separately, where would the border of that bungalow actually be? Is it that fence? Only it's really important for us, I think, to lay that stipulation down here at the planning committee. Very important.
I believe it would be that fence to retain the cycle parking. That's part of the inclusion that we could have as the boundary treatment, to be clear when the boundary condition is discharged, to show where this fence is on the proposed site plan. It could also be included as part of the informative to understand this area here of how the access will be for 190.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Jane. Just a few questions. I noticed one of the resident concerns was about the trees, in particular conifer trees. Are you satisfied that the landscaping condition is sufficient to ensure that the right species are put in? Secondly, the gate that's actually currently on screen, so where the existing car access is shown in white, and then after it we move to a bricked paved area. I know the resident had mentioned, and I actually share the concerns, that I wouldn't want that to be used as a parking space. So are we satisfied that that gate will remain in place, i.e. so it doesn't open up and just become a long, thin parking space? And I share concerns of others about the unclear boundaries, because I note that we talk in the report that the ground floor is currently, I think the suggestion was used as residential but classed as office. So there's an application coming in to move it to residential. And I'm imagining when that comes in, the first thing planning people, officers will say is, where's your amenity space? So it's really unclear at the moment whether they're then going to, in effect, divide this into two and where that dividing line is going to be. Because in effect, by agreeing it as it is, we then mean that the next application to move it to accommodation would have no amenity space, which makes it more difficult to approve. So I don't know if either Jane or Toby can comment on that, because I am concerned that we're kind of setting up the next one potentially to either fail or be challenging and not have amenity space. Finally, I do note that we've got a double bed shown on the plans, but it says it's for one person. Is only, I mean, it is slightly in excess of 37 metres squared. But I've raised this before, that I'm very uncomfortable agreeing something for one person when it's clearly going to be rented for two. But I understand that we can't change that, unfortunately, because obviously I prefer it to comply with the space standards for two. However, I do note they do have 4 cycle spaces, which is better. So it's a funny one, because in effect what they're proposing is compliant. It's what they're taking away from the building in front, and particularly this change of use from office to accommodation, that concerns me. And it's a shame that the developer hasn't thought to incorporate some amenity space for all of the tenants when doing this, because it does, to me, look like there is space to do that if it's done sensitively. And I'm worried that we're going to agree this and then remove that for future amenity for residents. But I know Toby will probably tell me that hasn't come to planning yet, so we can't consider it. But I'd be grateful for comments.
Jenny?
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit dubious about this because, as Katie was saying about the amenity space for 190, we don't know where sort of 190 starts or finishes and the bungalow starts or finishes. And I think, as Katie has said, that we could have a bit more amenity space for 190 to just have place to put your bikes is atrocious in this day and age, where, you know, for people's mental health, they need to have somewhere to go and sit and relax and chat with their neighbours. I mean, there is absolutely nothing there. And as Katie said, you know, when this was brought to planning, something should have been put in place for the residents of 190 to be able to enjoy some of that land as well, not just the bungalow. So I'm quite dubious about this. I don't think I can support this because I don't think enough has gone in for the residents of the flats. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jenny. Toby?
Thanks, Chair. So just a couple of points to come back with. Firstly, on Councillor Pora's point, we can't kind of prejudge the outcome of a future application or give that any material weight. I think the difficulty here is that the status quo for those existing flats is not being altered in terms of cycle parking provision. That being said, the red line of the application site does surround and include some landscaping within that central area between the bungalow and 190 itself. And I don't see that it would be an unreasonable proposition to make sure that the relevant condition, which is condition 17 on page 84, included, notwithstanding what we're seeing on the plans, the scope for cycle parking provision within that red paved area specifically for all residential units that would access it. There appears to be plenty of space within that kind of communal circulation area for cycle parking provision to be made, in my view.
Katie, then Jenny?
Just going back to this red line boundary issue. So I actually feel that the description should have included amending the amenity to the existing flats, because they are being, their provision for amenity is changed. And one of my concerns is I think there are several doorways where the driveway to the new bungalow is. So we're going to have vehicular movements to the bungalow past, from the photograph, it looks like domestic doorways. And I don't know whether whether they are domestic doorways. Where do they go to? How is it affected? And And from the photograph, it looks like there's the space between the timber wall that we've been shown and the rear of 190 is actually quite substantial, which you would need if you were going to park bikes there. So the space for we don't actually know how much space there is at the front for the bungalow because this existing fence is not shown. So I'm really concerned about I think probably the bungalow is okay, but I think this application includes the amenity space for the existing. And again, we raised this last time and it's still I don't think it's clear how we are affecting the existing two flats and whether their accommodation is made worse by this application to do with safe access and bin stores and bike stores.
Through you, Chair, I think if members are uncomfortable with this, it may be better to look, unfortunately, to defer the item and actually get the plans redrawn. Officers can also relook at, with the applicant's consent, the description of development, to see whether or not that encompasses everything that it needs to. And I take your point regarding the boundary treatment. So I think that is something that we can look at more specifically, having seen those photographs this morning.
Thank you, Toby. I think that's good. Jenny, do you want to make your point and then I'm going to suggest something?
Okay, well, I concur with the points raised by the other members of the committee fully. I think this needs a whole site treatment, actually. But I did also want to say, condition 8, I'd like to see condition 18, which is the landscaping and and biodiversity, beefed up, which I think Katie Thornborough has already said. And condition 8, in terms of the bungalow, it does look as though on the southwest side you could put solar panels. So that's just and I would like the energy either made specified that there's no gas or just beefed up. But otherwise, I'm in agreement with all the points that have been raised so far. Thank you.
Thank you. So would somebody be prepared to move the deferral of this to get the boundaries settled? So Katie, anybody going to second that? Katie? And Scott, please go.
I think, yeah, I agree. I'm happy to second Councillor Thornborough. Also, could we also encourage the applicant to consider, they've also got an application in to change from office use to accommodation. It would make sense to put it all through together, but otherwise we're going to have this debate again in 3 months when it comes back separately. So obviously it's up to the applicant, but I would urge officers to consider doing that, and then we can see the whole thing together.
Thank you.
Thank you. But
Jane,
I'm happy to second.
Have you understood what the councillors are asking for? Some clear definition of boundary, and we have we have a real concern about cycle parking for 192, which, I mean, it seems on the, we're not supposed to redesign here, but it seems on the face of it, this would be something relatively simple to do, just means moving a fence or something. And also about the front doors that Katie mentioned, you know, I think that this ought to come back to us much clearer, or as Councillor Pora has just said, it will be sent back again. Thank you. Do you want to say something, Toby?
Chair, so do we need to vote on the deferral notwithstanding the formal recommendation on page 78? Yeah.
All those in favour of a deferral?
That's all, Chair, to defer.
We'll take 5 minutes now. welcome back to our planning committee. The next item is the Tivoli, 16 Chesterton Road, Cambridge, CB4. And we have speakers, and Jane again is going to present.
Can I confirm that you can see that slide?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. So this application is a Section 73 application. This is an application to vary one of the conditions on the original application. Therefore, the principle of development has already been established. This application is for the variation of condition 2, which is concerned with the drawings. The changes that have been proposed as part of this application are for external alterations to the permitted windows and doors, retention of the external staircase, the external fire staircase, internal layout changes, a reduction in cycle parking, and changes to the lift stair core, the roof of which is on the third and roof plans. The
Thank you,
site
Jane.
plan.
Is there more? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sorry, I thought you'd finished. You paused
Oh, no.
for longer than...
Sorry, I'm having a few difficulties this morning with my internet, so it seems to pause me for a couple of seconds. But so I'll just go through some of the changes that have been proposed. So here's the ground floor plan. Cycle parking is changing as part of the proposal. So as you can see, it's retained from the permitted, it's been retained at the front of the site, whereas at the back of the site, from permitted to proposed, it's being lost due to the retention of the external fire escape. Part of the other changes is the changes to the central stairs, both to the front, it's been moved to the other side of the front of the building, and at the back, it's being moved further to the rear of the building. So because of this, it's changing doors and windows on the eastern elevation. The lift is also moving internally, as you can see there. On the first floor plan, due to the stairs being changed, we now have a disabled refuge on the first floor. And other general internal layouts, because you can see the stairs are moving. It's been reflected on the first floor. On the second floor, the void above the bar is being removed to create a larger event space. And then 2 disabled refuges now within the new locations of the stairs. And then on the third floor, the fire escape is being extended up because it's retaining. And then the lift and stair core to the rear set of stairs is changing, as you can see, from permitted to proposed. On the elevations, as you can see, the stairs, external fire escape stopped halfway up, now it's retained all the way to the top. And you can just about see the stair core roof changes. It's been moved further towards the centre of the building. On the eastern elevation, you've got doors and windows that were going to be blocked up and moved. Now they're being retained. And as you can see, the fire escape is being moved all the way to the top. On the other elevations, as you can see, the roof terrace detailings is slightly changing. And here's the lift and stair core again. On the back of it, the south elevation, as you can see, there's the fire escape again being moved away to the top. And this is, you can see the changes on the third floor and the roof plan there a bit more clearly. So recommendation is approval subject to conditions in the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jane. Have an objector, Amy Richardson, or who's the objector's agent, a statement to be read?
That's correct, Chair. I'll be reading the statement with your permission.
Thank you. Will you be timing yourself, or? Thank you.
Yes,
So
I will
can I
time.
warn you that in 30 seconds before you run out of time, that you must press the buzzer? Thank you.
Certainly, Chair. Statement from the agent on behalf of the objectors to the Tivoli application. Amy Richardson. My clients are the owners of numbers 1 to 8 Riverside Court and 24 and 24A Chesterton Road. We have throughout the planning application stages for this site expressed concern regarding the impact that this development would have on their residential amenity, as it has the potential to have a detrimental impact on them if the planning conditions are not complied with. We are pleased to see that condition 20 remains, as during a recent site visit by one of my clients, they could see the windows in the eastern flank wall are not currently obscure glazed. I attach a photograph, which was sent earlier, which shows the glazing in the flank wall as not being obscured. My interpretation of the current wording of condition 20 and the new one proposed for the S73 permission is that the glazing itself would need to be obscured, and plain glass with an obscured plastic coating would not be sufficient. Please could you confirm at committee that you are expecting obscure glass and not just plastic coating? Any plain glass would need to be removed and replaced prior to first occupation. It is essential that this is brought to the applicant's attention and rectified prior to occupation. Looking at condition 9 of the proposed permission, this requires the submission of a noise insulation stroke mitigation scheme prior to commencement on site. On pursuing the planning history for the site, I couldn't see that an application to discharge this condition has been submitted. Surely a lawful commencement has taken place and this report should be submitted, especially if any additional alterations are required to cater for the acoustic requirements. If I've missed this application, please can you let me know the reference number so we can look at the submitted documents. As stated above, the potential impact that this development could have on my clients is significant. It is therefore really disappointing that from the word go, planning conditions that are much needed to protect their residential amenity are seemingly being ignored. It is essential that the council acts swiftly to ensure that all noise mitigation planning conditions are enforced and any provisions in approved schemes are put into place before this commences. Statement ends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Councillors. Katie?
I've got two concerns. One is I have concerns about the loss of the cycle store for the staff. Again, very important part of Cambridge is the provision of active travel and encouraging everywhere possible to use bicycles when possible. So I think it's a great loss for any staff parking, and I wonder if there is any alternative that can be proposed so that we don't lose any parking. And then my second point is, on the front elevation of the Tivoli, there is the big window feature, the hemisphere window feature. And what is the effect on that window with the loss of the double height space internally at first floor? How is that window going to be treated? Because in the existing application, that big window lights the double height space. So if you're putting a floor across, what is the effect on that important front feature? And also, my final point is, it is really important to ensure conditions are being dealt with properly, and it's a bit concerning the points raised by the objectors about details on site that may not be following the approved plans. And it's good that they're being raised during the construction period, because there is a time to ensure that the correct details will be put in during this continued construction period. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to take those now, Jane?
If that's okay, Chair, answer those ones first. If I can share a plan which will show the window. So this is one of the section plans that's been submitted as part of this application. So this is section F, which is this line down here. facing towards the front of the building. So this is the window here. So it won't be blocked off halfway up. It will still, the floor will be at the bottom of the window. So any lighting in here will still light up this window. Unfortunately, it won't be lit up by anything below it. It'll just be anything that's taking part in this space here. But from the appearance of this floor section, it shows it won't be cut off halfway up, as that's the window there on the front. In regards to conditions, there's still one or two that are outstanding that haven't been discharged yet or are currently in our system, like for example number 24, that's still pending considerations. There are still some conditions left outstanding. I will make the applicant aware that there are other conditions that are still outstanding, but as this section 73, if permitted, would become the parent permission. So any conditions on this will become the new parent permission, and they will be the ones that need to be discharged and brought forwards.
Thank you, Jane.
I hope that...
Katie, do you want to add to that?
Yes, if you look at the proposed second floor plan, you see that there is a vertical, the vertical partition goes straight into that window. If you, that wall goes right to the front, and therefore that part of the window on the front is going to be split. And yes, there. So you see it's going from fully it's going from fully unaffected to this there, just that bit there. So that is blocking in. That's a vertical partition which is partially blocking in the that important big feature, and I think that needs to be, that I think is unacceptable and needs to be resolved. And it is possible that is resolved, but I would like a condition or that front feature window is protected.
Thank you. I think Toby's going to add something.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with the councillor's concern. I mean, unfortunately, these are internal works which the applicants could carry out without planning permission, particularly within within this space. I think probably the best we could do is an informative rather than a condition, councillor.
Do we agree about that, councillor? So Jane, can we put that on Toby, do that condition? So we've got Katie, then Jenny.
Thank you, Chair. And could I just ask the officer to address a couple of the points raised by the speaker? One about the obscure glazing, whether that's plastic or glass, I don't know the answer to that. I think she's addressed the non-discharge of condition 9, but that is concerning because that is the acoustic stuff, so I would urge that to be discharged as soon as possible. Could the officer just confirm, I think my understanding is there are 4 cycle spaces remaining and 5 being removed, but I note in the report it says there are plenty nearby. I don't know if she's able to indicate how nearby they are, just in that particular area of Chesterton. My understanding is that the fire escape, in effect, is being retained as it is, which I think is a positive. So, in effect, it's showing as going further up that it's already actually there. So that's good. And could she also just comment on the additional terrace space? Because I note that, in effect, there is more outdoor space, but some of it's covered, and I wasn't completely clear which bit was the covered bit, if that makes sense. I don't know if the officer could just show us on the plans. And finally, there were 2 trees shown in the top landscape, well, it wasn't the terrace, which didn't then appear in the revised one. I don't know whether that's just because they haven't put them in or whether that is because they're being removed. So again, I'd just be grateful for clarification. So that was looking, I think, from the rear of the building to the top terrace when you did a before and after one. Thank you.
Jenny?
Okay, I was going to raise the points Katie Poirier has just raised. I'd be very pleased to see the terraces reopened. I did wonder what the the terrace frontage on the open terrace, the higher one, was going to be made of, because it did look as though the new drawing showed it as more closed, so you couldn't see out, and possibly higher even. Now, I don't know whether this is really my job, but in terms of removal of staff cycle parking, is there any way that more Sheffield stands could be put on the opposite side of the road or the same side of the road? So we're talking outside Cam Yoga, Lloyd's Bank. Would this be a section 106 thing? But I would like to see that, given we need to keep the pavements reasonably usable, but they're quite wide. Yeah, and the other question, at the front, so the second floor, this events space and that partition wall, what is the second room that it's partitioned? What is that second room for? Why can't it just be part of the event space? Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Jane, perhaps you'd like to look at those. Whilst we're talking about the glass, can I ask, as there will now be a floor level adjacent to that glass, coming up to that glass, will that glass be replaced with sort of very strong glass so that people can't kick it out? Because I assume that it's never had a floor level with it before. So we will need to say something about that to protect it. And I will want to say something about the fire escape, but I'm going to save that for a separate item. Thank you.
Okay, if I start with this one, I'd just remove my arrow. I don't know what this arrow is going to be used for. It says that it's going to be a bifold screen here. So I can only assume that it's going to be an extension to this event space, which will lead down these stairs here. But there's a bifold screen door here. So I can assume it's going to be an event space extension. In regards of additional cycle parking that's in the area, I've had a look around, and these stars here are the additional Sheffield style cycle parking that's available. You can see there's 3 this side of the road and 1 this side, and this is the proposal site here at the bottom. Whether I might have referred to Toby for this one, but it may be unreasonable to ask for additional cycle parking that's outside of the red line, as this would be on either land that's either owned by the local highways authority or Mitcham's Corner. It would be within their ownership, and it may be unreasonable to ask to put through a section 106 additional cycle parking elsewhere. In regards to the glass, condition 20 refers to all windows shown should be obscurely glazed and fitted with obscure glazing to a minimum level of obscurity pilkington glass 3 or equivalent. So it doesn't say whether it's going to be, I would assume that that's glass, glazing is going to be the level, not a film put over the top. It may just be that the developer hasn't got that far because it's prior to occupation of the development instead of prior to commencement. In regards to the trees, it appears that they're being lost from this plan here, that they're being taken away on the site. There was no landscaping condition. Only the boundary treatments for the acoustic fence for that part. In regards of the materials to the fence at the top, so this would be part of condition 24. This still hasn't been discharged as far as I'm aware of. It does appear to be different. It's still 1.7 meters in height. The height of it hasn't changed. There you go. obscure glass balustrading 1.7 metres in height for that part. In the officer's report, please excuse me for jumping around the questions. If I have missed anything, please let me know. In the officer's report, paragraph 8.18, it says that there will be 34 metres squared is going to be roofed of the proposed external space. In the elevation, so this is the cross section, section H, which is looking this way through the centre of the building. So this is the area that's roofed here. Bear with me, there's another elevation that shows this clearly. Yes, so as far as my understanding, I believe this is the roofed area, but I'm not completely clear, to be honest, at the moment. I'd need to just double check something.
Chair, through you, just to confirm regarding the glazing in particular, that officers would expect the actual glazing to be obscure glazed rather than in any film. The other point that was raised with regard to cycle parking, myself and Jane have looked kind of quite carefully at the building. It is extremely constrained in terms of what can be done externally. There is actually even further cycle parking provision on the street provided outside Barclays Bank. So I would say there's an abundance of kind of publicly available cycle parking within this stretch of Chesterton Road, and on that basis I don't think it would be reasonable to require a section 106 of the applicant to provide any more. Our policies do allow for some flexibility in this type of circumstance where you have a constrained site. The structure of the glass and its health and safety implications are not for planning, they would be for building regs.
Katie?
I see that there is now a VIP roof terrace and the yoga studio adjacent to the plant on the roof, where there wasn't previous. There was just the plant on the roof, but now there is a yoga terrace. Can we be certain that this would? I assume this is why the fire escape stairs has been extended up to the roof, the plant roof level, because there is now public facilities up there. Can we be sure, can we put on, that I remember when this application came, there was a concern about the height of the enclosure for the plant room, and I wouldn't want to see the heights raised at all in the future. Now, if this is approved, can we be sure that this roof terrace at plant level doesn't become covered in the future, because it would need the panelling around it is the same height as the panelling of the plant, but it's not adequate to give headroom if you were to enclose it. So can we be sure that it won't, an additional roof won't be added at some point in the future?
Chair, through you, that would require specific planning permission in and of itself at that level. So if they wanted to do that, they'd have to come back to the local planning authority.
Thank you. Any more questions? I'd like to mention about the fire escape. It travels over 3 floors now, 1, 2, 3, or ground first, second and third. It appears as an unprotected fire escape. I'm not sure whether that's planning or building regs. I would have thought that was probably planning. And as such, it's not exactly safe, because if there was to be a fire on the ground or the first floor, then it would be engulfed in the fire if it came out the doorways. Perhaps somebody could comment on that.
Through you, I would regard that as a building control matter rather than a planning matter.
Can I ask you to think about that a bit? Because if it was to be enclosed, which I suggested it needs to be, then it would become a planning issue, wouldn't it?
Through if they wanted to enclose the fire escape, but again they would require planning permission. We could put an informative on any permission to advise them of that fact if members thought it necessary.
Hey, can I just ask, were the fire service involved in this planning application? Were they consulted?
They weren't in this iteration of it. I don't believe they were in the first one either.
I'd like something to go on to our approval if we approve it to that effect, that this fire escape, we need to be absolutely clear that it is safe. I know it's a building regs, or it may be a building regs, but I think we need to be very clear and serve public safety in this particular issue. Because there'll be a lot of people on that top floor. Thank you. Are there any further questions?
I do concur with you, Chair, about the issue about fire. And in this kind of application where there could be a lot of people in the building, it really should have been part of the original discussion so that we have that information, because we have had applications specifically coming to us where issues have been raised by the fire service. So if this is an informative only, well, we can only put on an informative, but I would urge the applicants to deal with this as a matter of urgency in case there are issues raised, as you pointed out, Chair, so that this can be sorted out as soon as possible and not left to the end where it may be difficult to resolve any points raised by the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think Toby's and Jane will make a note of that and we'll make sure it's in the recommendation. Toby, would you like to do the recommendation for us?
Chair, thanks. So the recommendation is set out on page 103 of the agenda. And that is to approve the scheme subject to the conditions as set out and with an additional informative regarding the fire escape.
Thank you. All those in favour?
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. Was there something about protecting the windows, or has that been covered?
Oh, that's covered.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's all agreed, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane. Those two were not easy. Thank you very much for your able delivery to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next one we have is item 9, 19 Grantchester Road. We have Councillor Gearin has asked to be a public speaker on that, and I've approved that. And Charlotte, you're going to present for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Can you just confirm that you can see that, please?
So we can hear you loud and clear.
Brilliant, thank you. So this application is at 19 Grantchester Road, and the application seeks permission for the demolition of the existing dwelling and the erection of a pair of semi-detached dwellings, as well as new access onto the highway and associated works. So here's the site location plan. This is an aerial photo with the red line shown. So here is the existing and proposed site plan. So existing on the left-hand side, proposed on the right. and you can see the purple line shows the outline of the existing dwelling. So these are the proposed floor plans. So the two dwellings are sort of a symmetrical pair. Each would provide 4 bedrooms, with 3 on the first floor and 1 in the roof space. This is the proposed dwellings and bike store elevation. So we've got the front elevation here, the rear here, and the 2 side elevations. And this is the bike stores, so both would be the same for each dwelling. This is the existing and proposed street scene. So again, the purple line here shows the extent of the existing dwelling, and this is what the proposed would look like. I've just included some photographs of the site. So this is the existing dwelling at the moment, with number 21 Grantchester Road here. And some photos from the surrounding area. So this top right photo is opposite the site. Bottom right photo is a little bit further down Grantchester Road and shows the sort of pairs of semi-detached dwellings that are already there. And this one on the left-hand side is just a little bit further down Grantchester Road, just to show some of the variety in the area. So just wanted to highlight some amendments that were taken during the application process. So this was the original site plan. So at the front, it originally had 2 parking spaces for each dwelling. That's been amended because of the representations that we received. So it's been reduced down to 1 parking space per dwelling with an additional tree. And they've also changed, which is not totally clear on this plan, but they've got a hedge here, and then some boundary treatment is proposed at the front. So just something low level, like a wall or a hedge, and that'll be agreed via condition. The other amendment to point out is to do with the cycle parking. So the cycle parking at the rear was originally orientated into the garden. What we've done is we've orientated it towards the front of the site and moved the bin storage to the back so that it's as accessible as possible, basically. So the key material considerations are listed here as laid out in the report, and the offer recommendation is to approve the application subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Councillor Geary?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I hope you can hear me all right. I'm, like many of my neighbours, am objecting to this application. I think it's not in keeping with the streetscape of the existing area. I deplore the fact that investors are trying to maximize their yield from purchasing properties in Newnham. And I'm slightly surprised that the officer's presentation didn't include the one listed building in the street, number 2 and 2A Grantchester Road. Just to quote from one of the objectors, this building was designed with the area of the front of the property with carefully constructed open green space, specifically to offset the building mass and its materials. The lawns and trees are fronted by the grass verges on the pavement. And this is, so it's directly, this huge development for a relatively small plot is directly impacting on a grade 2 listed building on the opposite side. And the officer didn't find that listed building important enough to include it in her presentation, which I don't fully understand. And it sort of makes me worried that maybe the impact of this significant development and change in the streetscape is not really evaluated against the listed building that is on the opposite side. I also like to highlight the South Newnham Neighbourhood Forum, which really objects to the landscape approach. And I appreciate that with one less parking site on site, the objection is perhaps less pressing, but nonetheless, the South Newham Neighbourhood Forum, which has developed a neighbourhood plan, says very specifically, this is totally out of keeping with Grantchester Road and counter to policy 55C in the Cambridge local plan of 2018. I'm very surprised that we are just waving through this massive development, which is also impacting very directly on the neighbors. The house at the moment that is there is slightly set back from the road and slightly deeper than the roadscape. And I'm really worried that this might also impact on the very difficult junction of Grantchester Road and Barton Road, because you're adding one extra car that goes in and out of the drive very close to a junction that is used by hundreds of school children every day. I don't think the planners have really evaluated very carefully what the impact of this new development could be on the amenity and the streetscape of Grantchester Road. Thank you very much, Chair. This is probably my last intervention at the Planning Committee. I wish my successors very best of luck in this endeavour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Geary. And I was going to mention that this is probably the last time you've attended to represent the people of Nuneham and their landscapes and roads and housing. And so we're grateful to all councillors that participate in our planning committee. So thank you very much. And thank you for the points that you've made. I now move to the committee. So let's go Jenny, Katie.
Concerns really are the principle of knocking down a house and putting admittedly two new but quite large houses in its place. And this is to do, of course, with the carbon release of demolishing and rebuilding. So that's my first comment, really, rather than a point for clarification. I would love, if we could, to have current energy use of houses captured and the potential saving by having replacement houses as part of planning, but I don't think that's possible at the moment. The second thing, you mentioned, Councillor Gehring has mentioned, Gehring has mentioned the grass verges. How much are they impacted by having, the drop curb for the parking spaces? And I wondered what the tree types were at the front and elsewhere. I think you've covered EV chargers, I know, in the conditions, but I wonder if you could say something more about the energy use and energy plan, if you like, for the new houses. Thank you.
Katie?
Could the officer just describe the current number of cars that can be parked at the house, the current dwelling? Is there only one parked there, or is there space for two to use the existing site, please?
Katie Pora?
Thank you, Chair. Again, as I ask always, could the officer just confirm the width of the path allowing access to the cycle storage is sufficient, so 1.2 metres or more? And personally, from what the residents have been saying, it does sound sensible that the boundary condition is strongly in favour of hedgerow rather than wall, potentially, because that does seem to be more consistent with the area. I just wondered, picking up on the councillor's point, could the officer just talk about the listed building, which I think was 2 and 2A, and sort of where that is in comparison to the existing dwelling, which I have to say doesn't appear to be the most aesthetically pleasing dwelling. So, you know, I'm not unhappy necessarily to see it changed. And again, it would be just useful to know a little more about the energy efficiency, etc. of these buildings. It's not clear if it's gas or air source heat pump, although I'm grateful that the officer has included the informative about air source heat pumps. And again, just a comment about trees. I understand that all of the important specimens are being protected, and that the office is confident that the ones that are being replaced at the front would be able to thrive there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Charlotte, are you okay to answer?
Yeah, I think so. I think I got everything down there. So the first was about sort of the energy use of the existing house compared to now, I think. So we don't require that information to come forward as part of our policies. We have conditions attached to the consent regarding sort of carbon efficiency, water usage, that sort of thing. And there is a section of the statement that the applicants put in about kind of the materials they're using, their sustainability approach to the site. So we were satisfied with that. In terms of the grass verges, if I just share my screen again. Yeah, here we go. So at the moment, there's the existing driveway, which is open here, and the proposal would open up another access point here. So the grass verge will be retained in between that, but a small section of it will be removed to allow for the access and the dropped curb to go in.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Also, there's a few more bits I think to cover. So in terms of the parking, there's quite a large driveway at the front of the site. I haven't measured exactly the parking, but when I visited the site, I parked on the driveway, and I would say at least 2 cars could get onto the driveway, but I haven't measured that, so I would have to confirm that. The width of the cycle paths, so the paths down the side of the dwelling, the one serving the sort of north dwelling is 1.4 metres and the southern dwelling is 1.2. So we are satisfied that there's room to walk the cycles down there. In terms of the listed building, so I'll just pull up my screen again just to highlight where this is. There we go. So the listed building is across the road here, 2A. I think you can probably see, yeah, the flat roof element on the front there. So that's been addressed as part of the report. The conservation officer had no issues, no objections with the proposal, and I agree and think that there's no impact to the listed building.
Yes.
I think that was most things. Please let me know if I've missed something.
I'm aware of interruption. Can I ask you, Charlotte, did we talk to the applicant about putting the cycle parking at the front? Because there seems to be the potential for adequate space to have parking for cycles at the front, and yet they've been pushed to the back. Well, did we talk to them about that? I mean, we have a desire on this planning committee for cycle parking to be at the front of the house, because that way people choose it. When it goes to the rear of the house, especially when it involves a circuitous route, it tends, the possibility is it's going to be ignored. Did we actually talk to the applicant about that?
Yeah, so myself and the agent had a few conversations about the cycle parking. On this occasion, we thought that because the majority of the representations were to do with the landscaping at the front of the site, we felt it was better placed in the rear garden to allow the landscaping that we wanted to achieve to address those concerns. So it was more of a balance of what we wanted to prioritise in this case, and in this setting, to preserve the street scene, the landscaping was sort of favoured rather than putting a bike store at the front.
Okay, thank you. I find maybe the sensitivities of neighbours are perhaps less important when they talk about having too many cars on the road. Perhaps they're outweighed, you know, when we talk about having parking for cycles at the front, because there is no doubt a psychological advantage to having cycle parking in the front. And I think there's a very careful balance here. And I find it somewhat unfortunate that the cycle parking has been pushed to the back. It takes up almost more room than necessary in the rear garden as well, but that's up to the developers. But I think that we have some sway on where the cycle parking might be. I'd ask Toby, how much sway do we have there, Toby?
Chair, you have sway. It is a matter of judgment for committee as to whether or not the cycle parking that's being put into the rear that does have adequate passageway widths is appropriate. I think that the case officer has carefully set out her reasoning with regard to the approach to where the cycle parking is located on this particular scheme, and that seems to be a reasonable approach that the case officer has taken in discussion with the applicants, but it is a matter of judgment for committee.
Katie, then Jenny?
I think I do concur with you, Chair. I think we're in a changing world where we have to get off fossil fuel, and we're encouraging cycle use and many more types of cycle use that need to be accommodated. But there is a problem about, you know, keeping up with changes. I think there are new standards for cycle parking provision within Cambridge are being developed, and when that's being completed and being consulted on, I think there will be that will be a more material consideration regarding what we hope will come forward for parking provision. So currently, I don't think this is ideal, but I feel that this, one of my concerns is the loss of the the garden at the back. These are, they've got quite a lot of bedrooms. There could be quite a few people living here. These are family homes. I think the rear garden amenity space is less. It's made less good because of the cycle parking. But I understand the balance of the landscaping at the front regarding fitting in with the landscaping that's there. So I personally, on balance, it's not ideal, but I think I would support this. But going in the future, there will be much more weight given to cycle parking provisions.
I'll make another comment here. There's nothing more obtrusive than a car. I mean, it's okay to park a car on the front, but to have a shed for a cycle box is considered to be wrong. And I think that, as Katie said, we need to toughen up our act on this. You know, a motor car of any shape or size, it could be a box van with Trotter and Company written on the side, you know, and yet we put the cycle box in the back garden. I really wish and hope that we can be more forward-looking in the future. And if this was on balance in my mind, which it probably may not be, then that would push me over the edge to turn it down, I've got to say. I hope our officers will convey these messages to developers, that we want bikes on the roads in Cambridge, we don't want cars. And a car is not good landscaping. I'm not attempting to challenge the officer here, but I'm trying to get a message out to developers. You know, it could say Trotter and Son, that van out the front. It could be a three-wheeler, and we don't get a cycle box.
Right, well, following on for this, I've been wondering and wanted to ask what's the square meterage of the back garden, and ditto the front that's landscape. That's I know a little bit difficult because you're taking out the bit that's the car park. And following also on what, so those are my questions, because these are quite big houses, 4-bedroom, at least four bedroom. I do worry that I do wonder if these will turn into houses of multiple occupation. My second thing, following on from what the chair, Councillor Bajan, has said, really we need to be, the developers, architects could be designing into the house the bike stalls to ensure they're secure and easily accessible. Thank you. So that's not a question for the officer, really. No. That's a comment. Thank you.
I think that we realised it wasn't. Jenny, thank you. Katie Bora?
Thank you, Chair. Just to go back to the officer, just a little more about the environment measures. Is it going to be gas? If it is gas, can we add in the informative we've got about adapting your pipework and radiators so it can be converted in the future? So I'm looking to Katie Thornborough. We had an informative, didn't we, about pipes? So if they are using gas, to encourage them to build in a way. Sorry. Yeah, so if we could, I'd be interested if the officer would accept that.
Thank
and
you,
obviously,
Jenny.
anything to encourage. Sorry.
Katie?
Just following on from Jenny Gorstrop Woods, policy 82 is about parking management, and it does clearly state that the arrangement for bicycle parking must be considered from the very beginning of the design process, not resolved at the end once the floor area, the main living spaces are considered. It's meant to be part and parcel of the design and be as accessible to encourage bike parking, bicycle use.
I'll take advantage of my position as chair here and ask the officer if we've had applications for cycle sheds in front gardens in Newham before. I remember a retrospective one where people put in a bike shed and didn't have planning permission. Could we put an informative request in that the developer considers putting the bicycle parking in the front garden? Could we do that?
Chair, I think this is difficult because the scheme has been specifically amended to address a number of kind of local concerns. So it is as put forward to you on the plans today, and we are asking you to kind of determine these cycle parking sheds in this particular location. I think an informative or a condition suggesting that they should be elsewhere may not necessarily kind of gain officer support in terms of a recommendation because of the hedging, landscaping and trees that are proposed along that particular frontage. What I would say is that certainly for every application that you see today, I know that I've had a conversation with the case officer regarding the cycle parking provision, and as a matter of fact, as part of all of our pre-apps for new dwellings, we do encourage an integrated scheme in terms of cycle parking provision to come forward on the front. Despite that, you do see applications like this come forward, and the officer has set out why she's reached the judgment that we have reached. It is a matter of judgment, and the officer view is that the proposed arrangement is acceptable, Chair.
Thank you very much. Jenny?
Following on from Katie Corrier's points on, am I on? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Following on from Katie Poirier's point, looking at this now, I'm not supposed to be designing this on the, on the hoof. The more southerly house, the south face, part of the roof is south facing and will be ideal for solar panels. So that's a comment. But what I would like to see is under the informatives about air source heat pumps, quite understand we need to have maintenance included and ensuring that there is no noise nuisance. But I would like it a bit beefed up so that, we really do encourage people away from gas. I know you've got the carbon reduction statement. Maybe that under the condition, maybe that's enough. But I'm being a very simple, literal person who wants to see it sort of stated, that's where we go, that's what we need. And especially since this involves knocking down a house. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we've made lots of thoughts, and this is the tail end for planning committee, but developers beware next year, I think, perhaps. So I think we're in a position now to go to the vote, after the recommendation, of course.
So the recommendation is set out on page 128 of the agenda pack, and that is to approve subject to conditions and with an additional informative regarding potential conversion of pipes, as discussed at previous committee and agreed in terms of standard wording. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favour?
That's all, Chair.
That's approved. 12:30. Do you want a 2-minute break, anybody? Lunch? Okay, lunch it is. We'll come back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. go live, please? We are live. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to, this is the third session of planning today, the after lunch session, which means that we'll be racing along. So it'll be 17 Greenlands. There are no speakers on this, so we can ask Samaya. Yes? Hello. Thank you.
Chair.
I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now, please?
Yes, could you speak a little louder?
Can you hear me better?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you very much.
Wait, just bear with me as I get. Can you confirm that you can see my presentation? Hello?
We can hear you, yes, and see your presentations on the screen.
Okay, thank you. The application at 17 Greenlands is for the construction of a first floor side and single story rear extension for the creation of 2 self-contained flats. So before I go through the rest of the presentation, there are some amendments and updates to point out, which are shown in the presentation. So in the amendment sheet, further comments were raised by neighbours. These comments in the PowerPoint will be covered as I go through the rest of the presentation. So in terms of the updates, there are errors in the committee report. So in paragraph 8.10 to 8.12, it should reference property 19 rather than property 18. So the application site aged red lies within a cul-de-sac on the east side of Greenlands. The existing dwelling is 2-story end of terrace house, and the site benefits from a large communal garden in front of the site, this area here, and a private garden to the rear of the site, which is at the back here, which is fenced off by a high brick wall. So there is a on-site parking space provided by the garage extension, which is this section here, this portion here, to the west side of the building. This site does lie outside of the control parking zone, but Greenland have double yellow lines, which are not controlled by the local highway. So in terms of the context of the area, Greenlands comprises of terraces. So all of these are terraces, and there are flats to the far south of the site. So these here. So further towards the northwest is Addenbrooke's Hospital, which is this part here. And to the west side of the site, you've got the Cambridge Institute of Public Health, which is here, and Bell Educational Services to the northeast of the site, which is this area here. So here are some photographs of the area. So you've got this site, which you can see the front of the dwelling, and then this photograph shows you the rear of the dwelling. And then this is views from the west looking towards the east of the site. And then this is a view from the south looking towards the north of the site. And then earlier I had mentioned that Greenlands have double yellow lines. So these are the double yellow lines that run along Greenlands, which are not controlled by highway. And the other thing I wanted to just point out is that on approach into Greenlands, you've got number 1, which has an extension over its garage. However, also the garage has been converted into living space as well. So this is proposed block plan and then proposed floor plans. So in terms of the proposal for each unit, the ground floor flat is accessed from the front through here, And at the rear, there is a small garden where there is a shed, a covered cycle storage. For the upper floor flat is accessed from the rear through here, and to the side within the main entrance of the flat, there will be cycle storage, which is this area here. So officers can see that the proposed cycle storage for the upper floor flat is not ideal, but in its dimensions, it does meet our guidance. So it's 2 meters, 0.1 by 1 meter as well, or 1.3 meters. Also regarding private amenity space for the upper floor flat, there is a terrace over the existing, over the new extension. The other thing I wanted to point out to members is that, as you can see on the plans, there is no lift provided for the upper floor flat. And this is because policy 51 of the local plan is only applicable for new builds. And given that this is a conversion and the entrance here to the upper floor flat is within the existing part of the dwelling, this requirement for a lift does not apply. The other thing I wanted to point out to members to consider is the provision of waste storage, which is this location here. So in the original submission, only one area for waste storage were provided for both flats. In this revision, each flat has its own waste storage, but only 2 bins per unit have been provided rather than 3. So on balance, the site doesn't have a large garden, as you can see here, to realistically provide the bins required. So in this instance, having 3 bins was not considered a necessity, and the 2 were sufficient. So these are proposed elevations. So this is the front and then the rear elevation, and then the side elevations. So moving on to neighbour amenity, in terms of the neighbour that will be most affected by the extension, the development is number 19, this one here, but objections were not received from this neighbour. Nevertheless, the main concerns raised by neighbours are regarding overdevelopment and overbearing, overshadowing, and lack of parking. So taking each in turn, in regards to overbearing and overshadowing impact, officers consider that the extension, so just going back one more, the part shared by number 19, which is this part, the overbearing impact will be at a minimal, in that the protrusion of the proposed single-storey extension will only be 0.7 meters above the shared fence. And officers also noted that indeed there will be some harm, particularly in the summer evenings where there will be some overshadowing, but officers consider that this is not too much. So with regards to overdevelopment and also impact on the character of the area, officers, going back to this part, officers considered that because the bulk of the first floor extension will be over the main garage and within the existing footprint, and the extension will not extend the height of the main house. Sorry, I'm just going to go back one more so that you can see this portion here. This will not result in an overdevelopment of the site. Also, the other point to consider is that the single-storey rear extension can be built under PD, given that it is less than 3 meters deep. So with regards to the impact on the character of the area, officers consider that the design form, scale and massing will respect the domestic appearance of the main house, and its location will also respond positively to an already changing character of the area. So moving on with regards to the loss of parking or the lack of parking provisions. So going back one more. So the existing garage is currently unused because its size is insufficient to accommodate a car. So as you can see, it's only 5.1 meters long, and of course 2.4, and its widest is 2.8 meters. The other thing that officers noted on site during the site visit is that there is a space in front of the garage which can accommodate a car. So this area here, but with the extending across this area, this will remove any usable space for parking. But officers do consider that, given that the proposal is a car-free development and is in a sustainable location, the lack of off-street parking is supported. Concerns, also other concerns regarding not having visitors or tradesmen parking were raised by neighbours. It is important to note that any future occupiers of these flats will have known that there is no on or off-street parking, so visitors or tradesmen are likely to be informed of this. So to conclude, officers consider that the proposed development would be in keeping with the scale, form of development within the local area and would adequately respect the amenities of neighbouring properties in accordance with the local plan policy. Officers therefore recommend that the proposed development should be approved by the committee subject to conditions outlined in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There's no speakers, so councillors, over to you. Jenny?
Yeah, can I ask, I mean, the officer said about there was some overshadowing, but she didn't think it was enough to be worried about. Was there actually an overshadow test done? Is there something we can see to show the amount of overshadowing there would be? And also, I'm quite concerned because there doesn't seem to be a heck of a lot of amenity space for the bottom floor flat. I mean, this is something we're supposedly be, getting quite strict on as well, that everybody has the right to amenity, and there doesn't seem to be any amenity space there at all.
Thank you. Jenny?
Yes, I know on the garden size, I mean, it says it's 13.8 square metres, but I'm assuming that's including the storage shed and the the bin store. Now, could you clarify that, please? And then the cycle space, well, it just looks as though they sort of bunged in part of the hallway to allow a bicycle to be put in. I am worried because this is a very tight site. I appreciate that you're making use of a garage space that can't be used as a car garage, but yeah, I'm a bit worried about this, and also how this will fit within the overall site. I know that they say that. Sorry, the report. You say that it's using similar materials. It looks a bit the same, but I am quite concerned that this is, the start of a precedent. Because am I right in thinking that there is no permitted development there? Could you clarify, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak before the officer answers? So, Samar, might come up with some answers there, some comments?
if she's showing us. Make
Yes,
sure that
thank you.
her cursor moves, because I couldn't see it at all.
Apparently, we can't see your cursor as well, so perhaps we could make that clearer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let me share my screen first. Can you see my presentation? Let me just get the pointer. So with regards to the first question regarding overshadowing, so I did measure the 45-degree angle, and it is slightly there, but in that the extension does slightly extend beyond the 45, but not so much. And the other thing to consider, members, is that
Can I
the
stop you a
guard.
second? We still can't see your pointer.
Oh, can you see it there? Perhaps.
Can you go to the laser dot? I think it is.
Oh, that one. Oh, yes.
There you are. You're
Yes.
perfect now.
Great. That's fantastic. So, just to explain with regards to overshadowing. So, in terms of the harm, it would be mainly in the evening. So the garden does face south. So it would be mainly the summer months that the neighbour number 19 will experience some level of loss, overshadowing, but it's not going to be so substantial given the orientation of the garden. The other thing is, indeed, I did carry out a 45-degree assessment horizontally, and only very little of the extension does overshadow number 19, but not so much to warrant a refusal. And with regards to, I'm not sure if you did ask about the amenity space. So in terms of the amenity space, so all of the 13.8 does include the shed, and officers can see that the space is not so large for, it's not as large as we would like, but it is sufficient to provide some level of amenity space. But yes, the 13.8 does include the shed as well. With regards to the bin storage, so in the, as I mentioned in my presentation, that in the original submission, so what I'm going to do is show you what was submitted in the original submission. So in the original submission, the applicant only provided 3 bins for both units, in that the ground floor flat as well as the first floor flat will share the bin, and we consider that to be unacceptable, and we wanted them to amend and provide a better arrangement. And what they've done is what is before you, members, and that is each unit will have only 2 bins. Of course, we would have wanted 3 bins, that is to provide for waste, recycling as well as compost, but given the size of the garden or the rear part of the site, we can see that they could not provide the number of bins that we would have liked for each unit. I'm not sure if I've missed something. Yes, so with regards to so I missed the other point about the overall design and whether the design will fit in the overall context. Can you provide a bit more about that? Sorry, I think I've missed the question, Chair.
Thank you. Jenny?
Right, on the overall design, somewhere in your report it does say that this is an architect designed site. I mean, the whole is this little estate. So I'm wondering how well the extension will fit in with that. And, you know, I made the point about, is there a permitted development allowed on this site anyway? I'm just going to add one more thing, is in that, given that you're thinking, we're also thinking about, you know, how the overall area looks, and landscaping is part of that, and green space. I'm a bit worried that this garden will just get paved over, or they'll use that horrible plastic grass. So I'll just throw that in as well. But it was really to make sure that this extension looks okay given the overall design of the whole estate. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through
I
you,
think
Chair.
that's more comment.
Sorry, through you, Chair. So with regards to the design of the extension, so as you can see, the extension will be built in the same material as the existing. So currently it is brick, and the materials will match the existing. The other thing that you can see is that the extension, particularly the first floor portion, it will have matching fenestrations. As you can see, the windows will match the existing dwelling, and the other element to consider is that just moving, sorry, this way, you can see that the roof is slanted, and the extension would follow that kind of design so that it fits in with the overall design of the building. With regards to PD, I'm not sure if you mean changing the material, because the materials are going to be exactly the same as the existing. But if you're referring to the extension to the rear, so the single story extension, it's going to be only 2.7 meters deep, and its height is 2.3. So I would say that it's in terms of its depth, it's less than the 3 meter under PD. So if they wanted to build an extension, a single story rear extension, they can actually do it under PD. However, the first floor element, that will require permission, I believe. Toby, can you please clarify on that? Actually, I'm not sure about.
I want to make clear, I'm sure everybody's seen this. This isn't just an extension, it's two self-contained flats. It's not like an extension to the building per se, it's two separate self-contained flats. Are there any more?
Yes.
Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if the office could just show us again where the other house that had already had an extension is in relation to this property, just because I wasn't quite clear. It's a really difficult one, this, because to a certain extent, the applicant has tried to address some of the issues that often can't, that they have put in amenity space. But then you've sort of got the bigger place with the smaller shower room and the one bedroom one with the bathroom. So it's quite an interesting one to think about. I note the condition relating to the shed in the garden. Should that actually refer to it as a cycle store? Because at the moment the condition says the shed and implies it's a cycle store. So I don't know whether we need to tighten that up a bit. Yeah, it's a difficult one because in effect they have provided amenity space for both properties. But doing that, they've obviously had to reduce the bins. Is there any, I mean, my other concern would be that they might then get a green bin, which would then sit in the garden and take up the space. But I think the officer probably has addressed that already, in that if we add more bins in, there's not space. So it's a difficult one. But yeah, I'd be grateful just to see those views of the other extension, and particularly whether the condition on the shed needs to be amended to make clear it needs to remain as a cycle parking shed. Thanks.
Before we go there, Jenny, you had another point?
Yeah, and it's just to ask about energy usage. I understand that this is a conversion, not a new build, but what is the proposal for that? And is the space upstairs and downstairs for air source heat pumps? What's going to happen there? Thank you.
So Mayor, can you come back with those couple of points?
Yes, Chair. With regards to where the other extension is, along Greenland, so it's number 1, which is this one here. So the application site is here, and on approach into Greenland, this extension is right here. So I'm just going to show you some of the photographs. So it's this one here, which is to the north of the application site. With regards to the condition, yes, it can be tightened and amended so that it does read as cycle storage. And with regards to the energy usage, so rightly so, Councillor, you mentioned earlier that this is a conversion. So carbon efficiency is not a requirement for conversion. So I'm not sure if it will be reasonable for us to require that or put a condition for that. But I wonder if Toby can help with this, whether or not a condition is reasonable for this type of development. I believe
Thanks, Chair. Through you. So those carbon reduction policies aren't engaged with this type of proposal. I would agree with Samaya regarding the amendment of condition 3 to specifically refer to cycle sheds. I was also just looking at the plans, Samaya, excuse me, but I would have thought with the rear elevation shows a 1 high metre obscure glass privacy screen. I would have thought if members are minded to approve, that we would want to secure the implementation and retention of that in full prior to the occupation of the first floor apartment.
Thank you, Toby. I think that's no difficulty there. Jenny?
We have an informative that encourages the developers to move towards renewable energy, to greener energy, and in fact even solar panels on what is a flat roof. Thank you.
Chair, through you, absolutely, that could be incorporated, yes.
Thank you. I think we're in a position to go to the vote. So, any more questions? Jennifer.
Sorry, as this is a flat roof, is it going to be a green roof?
Through you, it's not actually a flat roof, it's a monopitch roof from what I can see.
We have the recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 149 of the agenda pack. The recommendation is to approve, subject to an amendment to condition 3 to specifically refer to the cycle shed, an additional condition in relation to the provision of obscure glazing privacy panel prior to the occupation of the upper floor unit, and an informative regarding the promotion of renewable energy technologies as part of the conversion.
All those in favour?
Four in favour, Chair.
Against?
And 1 against.
There are no abstentions then, so that is passed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Samara, for presenting that to us.
Thank you, Chair.
Next, we have 18 Neath Farm Court. So we have some speakers. 1, 2, is that 3 speakers, James?
Chair, there's 3 have become 1. Dr. Ferguson will speak on behalf of himself, Dr. Wong, and Mr. Nichols from Manpro.
Right, so can you say that again, sorry?
The first 3 speakers on your speaking list are now just 1, Chair, so 1 objector, 1 agent, and 1 ward councillor.
The ward councillor is Mark. So can we listen to the objector first?
I think, Chair, what we do is take the officer recommendation.
I'm sorry,
So
gosh.
the officer intro, then the.
I'm in a hurry, everybody. Must have... Please excuse me. Right, can we go to the presentation, please?
Can everyone see that on screen and hear me okay?
Thank you very much, yes.
Okay, this retrospective planning application is for a single-storey rear extension at 18 Neath Farm Court. On screen is the proposed block plan and the existing rear and side elevations, and here are the proposed rear and side elevations. The proposed retrospective development utilizes a flat roof with number 1 central roof lights. The retrospective development included within the proposed plans measures 2.7 meters in height at the eaves, 7.5 meters in width along the rear elevation, and has a maximum depth of 6.4 meters from the recessed rear elevation of the property. The extension extends by 3.32 meters along the boundary from the existing rear elevation shared with neighbouring property 19 Neath Farm Court, and the extension is set back from the site boundary fence with 19 Neath Farm Court by 0.15 meters. The existing and proposed sections are on screen, and some more existing and proposed sections. On screen are the existing and proposed ground floor plans, and the proposed roof plan is seen centrally. The key concerns contained within the representations received relate to the character of the development as well as impacts on residential amenity. Concerns have been raised regarding the flat roof element of the proposed single-storey rear extension. Although the dwellings at Neath Farm Court consist of pitched roof designs, the flat roof design of the proposal is not considered to give rise to any negative impacts on the character of the surrounding area or existing dwelling. As the development is small in scale and the extension has a limited wider visual impact, being as it is located to the rear of the property, the flat roof design on balance is considered acceptable. Other comments relate to the brickwork and construction of development, which can be seen here. The application form states that the development would be constructed from brickwork to match the existing materials. A site visit has been undertaken, which has shown the current brickwork does not exactly match the existing brickwork of the original dwelling. The variation in the brickwork on site is noticeable, but is not considered to give rise to any significant negative impacts on character. Furthermore, the comments relating to the poor construction of the roof should not be assessed as the development has not been completed. It is considered that the proposed extension would not result in a significant adverse impact on the character and appearance of the area or the existing building and would comply with policy 55 and 58 of the local plan. Concerns have been raised regarding the loss of light impacts caused by the retrospective development. The loss of light concerns relate to both impacts on the rear window to habitable rooms and loss of light to the rear amenity space of number 19 Neath Farm Court. The loss of light impacts have been assessed by the officer using the BRE 45-degree rule of thumb. The development fails the horizontal 45-degree test, but does not fail the vertical 45-degree test. This means that whilst there is a degree of overshadowing of the rear window leading to the habitable room, the extent of light lost is not sufficient enough to request a full daylight sunlight study from the applicant, nor is the light loss sufficient enough to warrant refusal. With relation to the rear amenity space, the majority of the depth of the garden of number 19 would remain unenclosed by development. Considering number 19's garden space overall, there would not be a degree of overshadowing to the garden to merit a refusal. Officers do not consider any significant amenity issues arising concerning the impact of the proposal on number 17 Neath Farm Court. This is because number 17 is situated to the southeast of the proposal and is separated by a passage. In conclusion, the development will not give rise to any adverse impacts, including those on residential amenity, which officers deem as sufficient reasons for refusal. The concerns raised will not lead to significant adverse impacts on the character of the area or cause substantial negative implications for residential amenity of neighbouring occupiers. And so, on balance, the proposal is considered acceptable. The officer recommends the application is approved, subject to conditions.
Thank you, Lawrence. Right, back to where we were. Dr. Brian Ferguson. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. In the last 30, as the last 30 seconds approaches, the officer will ring a bell which will warn you that you should be slowing down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Brian Ferguson. I live at number 19, Neath Farm Court, and I'm speaking against this retrospective application. I'm not against extensions being built in this neighbourhood, but the applicant's extension has had an impact on mine and my family's lives. It's not a hypothetical statement based on a plan, as I've experienced how this construction has affected us since the last winter. And the issues I would like to raise are as follows. The extension is bulky and overbearing in character. The decision to recommend approval is based on incorrect dimensions. It is 2.9 metres high, not 2.7 metres as stated. And that does not include the roof lantern. It is 3.3 metres deep, larger than what would be allowed under permitted development rights. And it is only 5 centimetres from our boundary, 10 centimetres closer than what is claimed in the report. It is only 1.6 metres from our downstairs window, and that window is not included in the drawings, but as you've heard, the design fails the 45-degree test on the horizontal. This extension blocks the winter sun coming into the only window in our southeast-facing living space and overshadows all of our patio area. 5 out of 6 hours of light between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. in the winter months has been blocked by this wall. The construction clashes both architecturally and in terms of the materials used. It has the wrong colour bricks, as you have seen, so it is unpleasant to look at. It has a flat roof. The other 40 houses on the estate have pitched roofs, which makes it out of character. The quality of the construction is poor, using low-quality materials with cement dripping down the bricks, which makes it unattractive to look at. These issues go against policy 59D of the local plan. The wording in the case officer's report uses subjective adjectives like not substantial, not significant, and not severe to describe the impact on us. But the important point is that this extension is negatively affecting our amenity, and I feel that this is wrong. Referring to policy 58 of the local plan, which states that it is vital that any alteration or extension is carefully designed to avoid them negatively impacting on the amenity of neighbouring properties. The committee may also ask why the council set a condition that removed all development rights on the estate. This planning condition 6 states that this was to protect the amenity of adjoining properties. Again, what is the purpose of that if it can be subsequently ignored? Isn't that going back on what has been previously agreed? Residents being allowed to ignore these conditions and build with impunity is somewhat misleading and should not be rewarded or encouraged, as it sets a bad precedent for the rest of the estate. Retrospective applications like this are to be treated as unbuilt, so it should not now be viewed as late in the day or not so bad if you go ahead and refuse this application. Overall, I would like to thank the council for hearing my objection and respectfully request that it is now refused. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for coming, Brian, to make your points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Statement from the agent. Thank you, James.
Statements, Chair. I was just making sure I was reading the right one. This statement, I will time myself, Chair, to make sure it's within 3 minutes. It says set the watch. This is submitted by the agent on behalf of the applicants. Yeah, Planning Committee members, thank you for allowing us to make a representation in support of this application for a single-storey rear extension. It is unfortunate we are not able to join this meeting, and the time of the meeting will be on our return flight to the UK for a family visit, which was planned much in advance. We didn't request another date for the committee meeting since we are interested in completing our project as soon as possible. This application was submitted retrospectively due to us being unaware that permitted development rights had been removed by conditions from the original Neath Farm Court development. It still amazes us that this was not picked up by our conveyancing solicitors when we purchased the property and by several professionals at the time of laying down the plans for our extension. We were also informed that it took some time to find the correct historical decision notice due to possible planning reference number conflict with a different application. We've been planning an extension for over 1.5 years since 2020, and going through a complete planning process was always our preference. However, for certain excruciating circumstances, where loss of our parents to COVID made us prioritise our extension such that a space is created for another parent's longer stay in our home, and for unavailability of our preferred builder, we started the work in good faith late last year without planning application, with the belief it was within permitted development criteria. As soon as it was discovered this was not the case, work on site was halted and this planning application submitted. We believe that this application, had this application been non-retrospective, it would have been approved without requiring committee meeting. We had shared our extension plans with drawings to our neighbours 3 months before the actual start of the work. At that time, they were supportive of this development. For this reason, there is a possibility that their strong objection is not on the merit of this application, but because of events that happened between them and the builders in the first few weeks of the development. They had requested us to change our builder, but we couldn't, as a lot of advance payment was already done. We have lived at this property for several years and find it an ideal place to raise our family. We seek to move kitchen into a new single-storey rear extension, allowing the existing kitchen area to become an enlarged living space to better suit our family needs. The extension includes a study room which will allow working from home to be carried out, freeing up an existing upper floor bedroom for extra family members. The layout of the extension has been carefully considered to meet our needs. We do not believe the extension causes any harm to neighbouring properties or their amenity. I'll try and wrap up in 10 seconds. We understand permitted development rights were removed from the original development not to prevent future extension, but to require such extension to be subject to the planning process. We recognise this application should have been submitted for approval before any work started on site. As this was not the case, we request the application be allowed to be completed. Thank you, the applicants.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Mark?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee. You probably had lots of papers on the planning committee, so I don't know if you saw the one that was commissioned by the independent multidisciplinary planning consultancy. And one thing that's always I've been aware of at the planning committee is that it's not what we think about it, it's what the actual policies say about these things. Hence why, if you haven't had a chance to look at it thoroughly, which I probably don't think you would have done, I will go through the points because I think they are valid and it raises the issues that we're talking about. The 40-unit residential scheme received outline planning permission in 2006, and this was followed by a reserved matters application in 2009. Number 18 and number 19, to which the objection relates, are located to the south of the estate and are both orientated on a north-east to south-west axis. This axis dictates the sunlight received during different periods of the day and exacerbates some of the issues which are raised below. As detailed below, the permitted development rights were removed from Neath Farm Court in 2009 to prevent overdevelopment. As a result of this, the owner of number 18 therefore required planning permission before they could start work. My client's objection is based on a number of grounds, but it should be noted that many of these issues which have arisen could have been addressed had the applicant applied for planning permission prior to construction, and there would have been opportunities to amend the plan. On each occasion, the applicant continued to there would have been opportunities to amend the scheme had the applicant engaged with my client prior to submitting the application and prior to constructing the extension, or following the enforcement officer advising the extension was not permitted development. On each occasion, the applicant continued to construct the extension. Indeed, had the applicant submitted an application prior to construction, my client would have been afforded the opportunity to comment on the size, scale, bulk and massing and the appearance. Construction began on the 7th of November 2021. My clients wrote to the applicant on the 25th of November outlining several concerns and requesting to consider adjustments to the design and position of the wall adjoining the boundary. These requests were refused in a letter written on behalf of the applicants to my clients on the 8th of December. A planning enforcement officer subsequently wrote to the applicants on the 12th of January, informed the occupier of 18 Neath Farm Court that the extension was in breach of the Cambridge planning policies and that an application for retrospective plan permission would be required during this time. And during this time, the construction works have still continued. The owner of Neath Farm Court has now submitted this application, this retrospective one, and it has a detrimental impact upon the amenity. The basis of the objection will go that the fact condition 6 of Bloor-Rome's original planning permission, extension exceeded what would have been allowed and permitted development rights. Residential amenity by virtue of bulk scale and massing is inappropriate, being unnecessarily high at 2.9. You noted that the planning office said it was 2.7. The independent person has been, and it's 2.9, and that's without it being finished yet. So again, it's contrary to what's being said. And again, you saw the pictures. The materials, the bricks are used are a different colour to those of the host building. Condition 6 of the 2009 Reserve Matters application states that no extension should be erected on the estate in order to protect the amenity of adjoining properties and to prevent overdevelopment of the site. And the precise wording of this condition is as following. Notwithstanding the provisions of the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Order 1995, or any other revoking and reenacting an order of that modification, no extensions or additions or garages shall be erected other than those expressly authorised by this permission. Within the permission, there are no other permitted extensions. Therefore, residents of Neath Farm Court are required to apply for a planning permission if they want from an extension for their property. The resident at number 19 did not apply for planning permission prior to constructing the extension and has continued to construct the extension even after the enforcement officer wrote to the applicants to advise that planning permission would be required. It's clear that condition 6 was applied to allow for a high density scheme by virtue of the Reserve Matters application that may not have been acceptable. The extension extends to 3.3 metres from the rear of the building. Consequently, therefore, even had the permitted development rights had not been removed by virtue of condition 6, the extension would have not qualified under permitted development rights. The extension is also very close to the boundary of my client's house and is in fact 100 millimetres closer to my client's property than is shown on the local attached plan. And I'd like to stress, I've been round and seen this as well, and there was no party wall agreement taken into consideration. They've just built without even asking, could they join right onto the wall as well? And I think that is totally out of order. I had an extension built, I spoke with my neighbour, and I built in from my wall, so there would be no problems. So the fact that somebody is blatantly built right against the wall without seeking permission is out of order. By infringing upon the boundary of my client's property, this proposal is clearly in contravention with Policy 59 of the Cambridge Local Plan. Further, considering the depth and width of the extension and its proximity to my client's rear dining room, it breaks the 45-degree rule of thumb for rear extension designs outlined in the South Cambridgeshire Household Design Guide. It is considered that the extension is excessive and leaves the application site with a very small garden area for what is a relatively large family-sized home, which doubtless would have been deemed inappropriately small had it been designed in the original construction. Residential amenity, bulk scale and massing, I won't read that, all of it, but again, it goes against policies 56 and 58. Loss of daylight and overshadowing. The officer mentioned that in their opinion, it doesn't really cause problems. Well, that's in their opinion. They're not living in the house. There's one window they look out of, and it does cause a problem. So depending what time of year you go in there in the daylight, it causes a massive problem. The extension is therefore contrary to Policy 58, altering and extending buildings from Cambridge's local plan Part A of this policy states that the development will be permitted if it does not unacceptably overlook, overshadow or visually dominate the neighbouring property. The extension would have clearly had detrimental overbearing impact on the rear amenity spaces of property 19. I think you could see that from the picture, the size it went out there. So policies 55, 56, 57, 58 and 59 of the Cambridge Local Plan seek to ensure development responds appropriately to its context, high quality and reflects a successfully contrast with existing building materials. Paragraph 132 of the National Planning Policy Framework again clearly states how it should be done. It is manifestly clear that the approach advocated by the National Planning Policy that this application fails completely. Design quality has not been properly considered, there have not been early discussions prior to construction, and the applicant has not worked closely with those affected by those proposals. The proposed scheme is clearly unable to demonstrate that early, proactive and effective engagement has taken place, and this has been compounded by the fact that even when the Cambridge City Council's enforcement officer advised the applicant of the need for planning permission, no attempt was made to halt construction and engage properly with affected neighbours, or as the case offer as to the scheme could be amended and construction work continued unabated. The materials again are totally out of order. So just coming back down again, Policy 59 of the Cambridge Local Plan, design in landscape and public realm states development will be supported where materials are of a high quality and respond to the context to help create local distinctiveness. It was pointed out the brickwork isn't the same. There is a difference, but we don't think it's a problem. When you go in the garden and look at the two brickworks, it is a problem. So conclusions. In summary, it's clear that the proposed extension is not consistent with the Cambridge Local Plan and specific design policies and residential amenity policies contained within it by the virtue of scale, massing and proximity to the boundary of my client's property, 19 Neath Farm Court. This would result in a detrimental overbearing impact to the habitable rooms excuse me, on my client's property and is contrary to policies 56 and 58 of the Cambridge Local Plan. So my clients respectfully request that this application be refused for the reasons set out in the above. In conclusion, the applicant has failed to engage with those affected by the proposed scheme, failed to engage effectively in pre-application discussions as recommended by the National Planning Policy Framework, which could have enabled early discussions to get sorted out, failed to check whether or not planning permission was required, built at a scale that exceeds what had been allowed under permitted development rights had they not been removed, not built the scheme in accordance with the submitted plans, building it even closer to the boundary of the client's property, continue to construct the extension even after being advised by the council's enforcement officer that planning permission is required, paid no regard to the residential amenity of my client's home and the impact the proposal will have on his property, given no consideration as to the potential of reducing the scale, bulk or massing of the extension by building it further away from the boundary, given no consideration to the impact of the proposal on overshadowing and loss of sunlight, daylight on my client's principal living area, given little consideration to the design of Neath Farm Court and the character of the wider development, and failed to use compatible or similar building materials to the host property, thus creating an extension that is inconsistent and jarring with its surrounding context. And it's very disappointing that the proposal presented before Cambridge City Council has given so little consideration of its impact on its surroundings. Had the applicant gone through the proper channels in securing a planning consent before constructing the extension, many of these issues raised could have been eliminated. My clients therefore respectively request that this objection letter is given full consideration in the determination of this planning application, and the fact that it has already been constructed should not lessen the likelihood of planning permission being refused. I trust the provided information enables you to make an informed decision. Like I say, we have to look at planning policies, and that's what I'm always told when I come before this committee. It's not what I think, not what the person thinks, what the policies say. And clearly, there are lots of policies that it's not affording with. So again, you've heard from the person who has to live with this eyesore now every time he walks out his garden, the loss of light it will have. And as has been stated originally, there was no objection to have an extension being built, but let's talk about it. Let's do it the proper way. Let's agree on what should be done. So I hope following these legal, shall we say, objections, that you can make a proper informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I know it was a bit long-winded this time, but I was keen that we get the policy points in and not what I think.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, certainly, absolutely. Can I remind people that you mustn't talk about this during that break? Thank you for that, Councillor Ashton. Can I just ask you, were you speaking as a councillor or as a representative of the applicant or the objector? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Right, let's get down to the debate. Jenny? No, go on, Katie.
Firstly, could I just ask, can we have what would have been the permitted development dimensions? Because we keep saying it's slightly bigger, but it would be really useful to know what they are. And also, could we have the officer's response to the suggestions from the speakers that it's actually 2.9 metres, not 2.7 metres high, and that it's 5 centimetres, not 15 centimetres off the boundary? Because I think that might be quite useful for the rest of the debate, Chair. Thank you, and I'll come back with some other questions.
Thank you. Can we ask the officer that? Did you get that, Lawrence?
Yes. So with regards to the dimensions, it would have been up to 3 meters in depth from the rear elevation. So yes, the current plans do not fall within the remit of permitted development for an attached dwelling. With regards to the height, 2.7 meters is how I measured on site when I visited the site. Obviously, the roof is not complete, so it is likely that the final roof height will be higher than 2.7 meters. You know, that's something I measured on site at 2.7.
Thank you. So to be clear, it is bigger than permitted development would have been had it been under permitted development, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And the measured height with an unfinished roof was 2.7 metres. Thank you. Now let's so we've got those two, I think, quite important points. Katie.
Could I just check what the height would have been under PD? Because I know what the height Lawrence thinks it is, but what would have been permitted under permitted development? Because that to me seems quite pertinent, relating to the overshadowing. Thank you.
Lawrence?
Sorry, Chair, 1 second.
Toby?
Yeah, so ordinarily one can build up to 3 meters to eaves height and 4 meters then with a sloping roof going back to the proposal. So under PD could potentially kind of go slightly higher, but it is given PD rights were removed on the property, it's not really logical argument to make up. What I would say also is that the extension extends round the side corner of the existing property, and that part of the proposal would also not be permitted development in normal circumstances.
Thank you very much. So we have clarity on whether it was or wasn't, would or wouldn't have been allowed if it was permitted development. But of course, we are to look at this as a standalone application as far as we can, irrespective of the fact that it's actually been built. That's what the law requires us to do. So, Jennifer.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just explain to me again the covenant that's here. Doesn't the covenant say that there's no extensions, no buildings, nothing is to be built in place? So why, if this is the case, are we even discussing this? Because it should not be built. End of story.
I'm going to defer to Toby here.
Chair, through you, so covenants have no material bearing when considering planning applications. As I said, there is a original condition that's been alluded to and it's referenced in the report and by the objectors, and that removes the development rights. It doesn't necessarily mean that people can't come forward with an application for planning permission, but they have to do that formally to the planning authority, as has been done so in this case, and it's for members to form a judgment on the merits of the proposal.
So did you understand that, Jennifer? Yep, thank you.
So then surely we should not be taking any notice of what is already built. We should be looking at a brand new plan to build something there so that this then can be taken down and something that is proper should be built. And I know for a fact from sitting on planning committee and also my colleague who sat on planning committee before me, Cambridge City Council have never had made anybody build something and that has already been built retrospectively and had it and made them take it down because it is wrong. And to me, this is...
I'm sorry,
Yep.
Jennifer, you're moving outside of our remit.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
We are going to listen to this planning application
Yep,
as
okay.
though it was brand new. And we have to try and forget
Yeah, forget that it's there. So then
that it's there, and we
Take-
have to deal with it as we would deal with it if it was coming in front of us as a straightforward planning application. We're not here to decide
no,
whether...
but there's also lots of problems already because the overshadowing, that's not being
Oh,
taken
no,
into
but-
consideration, is it?
But we have to, as far as we're able,
Yeah.
to treat this as a brand new application.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Jenny.
Right, well, I don't want to confuse the process issues that have arisen here and the material planning considerations, but it does seem to me that if this was a brand new planning application, we would be looking at the overshadowing, the garden size. This isn't really a planning consideration, but the party wall issue has arisen. Maybe that's a process one. When this development, 2006, got its outline planning permission, and in 2009, when the permitted development was removed, and I think it was built, this would have been led by a view on what the landscape and the design should be.
Can I stop you, Councillor? I'm trying to get the point across. We must not consider the other issues.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it as though it is a brand new application in front of us and that there's never been a building built.
I would then be saying, as a brand new application, this is what I'm saying now, that a brand new application on this development, we need to know the garden size, we need to know existing garden size, how much garden is left post the development, the application, will develop, this extension, the overhanging, the height. I say overhanging, I mean a loss of light to the neighbouring property. And given that we're moving towards, ensuring that climate is protected as far as we are able, reducing garden size is not helping. So it's an effect on the diversity as well. Now, I know this is only an extension, but those things surely need to be considered.
Thank you.
And-
Do you mind if I
So-
rephrase what you're saying?
Okay.
I think what you're saying is you're asking the officer, what is the garden size?
Yes, I've just
What
said
is the
that.
overhanging?
Yeah.
What is the shadowing effect? So perhaps the officer can answer those questions and we approach it from that position. I'm not trying to force the issue. This is the last thing I want to be doing as chair. But we must be very careful because these are serious matters at planning applications, as we know.
And what loss of biodiversity is there by...
And what loss of biodiversity? Perhaps the officer can start from there. Thank you.
With regards to the garden size, the garden at 18 Leaf Farm Court will retain 53 square metres of space. with regards to the questions of overhang, the plans submitted do not show that the development will cause any overhanging of the over the site boundary, and everything is believed to be solely on their land. During the site visit, it was quite difficult to determine the actual boundary due to the removal of fencing. With regards to overshadowing of the residential amenity space of number 19, the BRE 45-degree rule of thumb is very restrictive of our ability to assess overshadowing of residential amenity space. I'm happy to pull up the legislation if councillors would like to hear the guidance more clearly. With regards to biodiversity, obviously there is going to be some loss of garden space, but this could easily be addressed via a green roof condition if councillors saw that to be necessary.
Thank you, that's helpful. Now, can we move on? Katie Pora, Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Like you, I agree that we have to consider this as new. Whatever has happened previously, I appreciate that the applicant appears to have said they feel they've been let down by the professionals who didn't advise them about this. And I understand, obviously, neighbours nearby have been upset by the process, but I'm looking at this afresh as if it's coming in on paper. Although we do have the added bonus that we do have some photographs that also, I think, inform our decision today. My concern relate to I suppose the massing is probably the right word, the height very, very close to the boundary, whether it's 5 or 15 centimetres, that seems very tight to me. And the reduction, the fact that obviously if this had gone through planning, this would be a green or brown roof. And at the moment, I'm not confident that the construction, I don't know, that is proposed could support a green or brown roof, because I know that we often need additional weight measures because of the weight of water and snow that can accumulate on them. I am concerned about the overshadowing, and I'd also wonder if the officer could comment about the roof lantern. I think that the window in the middle, because obviously that comes up higher, but also in terms of light spillage. I don't know if that's a particular issue there. I know it's come up in some developments where they're near in terms of biodiversity corridors, and whether it would be reasonable to condition it with a green roof now without knowing if it could support it. Thank you.
So, are you saying in one part of that, if we accept this, we will require a green roof?
Yeah, I'd be interested to know whether we could do that and whether the officer is confident that under the current plans we've got, it could support it. Because my understanding is for green roof, you need additional struts, things to hold it up.
But we would normally ask the question in the format, wouldn't we? Can we try and keep to the format that we would use if it was a live application? I'm going to take those questions now, please.
Sorry, was that for me to answer now?
Sorry, Lawrence, yes.
Sorry. With regards to the roof light, it's located centrally on the rear extension. So there's not going to be any overshadowing because it will be the eaves of the development that are and the roof of the development that will be subject to any overshadowing from the central roof light. With regards to the green roof, I'm unaware, but I'm unaware of the ability of the development to support a green roof. But if this application was received as brand new, as it should be assessed, a green roof condition would be added. As I said, I can't comment on the ability of the extension to support a green roof at the current time, but I think a condition to that effect may still be beneficial.
Thank you. Katie?
If you look at an aerial view of this Neath Farm Court, there are a few properties with built out beyond the rear wall. It looks like they're all of similar sizes. So has the case officer, is the case officer aware of something of a standard that's been acceptable on other houses? And if so, how does that, do the other extensions relate to this proposed one? And I'd like to just thank the officer for, the way he explained the scheme, because of, it's a difficult one, really, because of on balance, harm, and the kind of how difficult some decisions are. So thank you for that.
I ask, is that a relevant planning consideration in regards to, has anybody else built one? Sorry, Keith.
No, Chair, I don't see that as a relevant matter. We look at this one on its own in the manner that you introduced it with.
So it isn't a relevant question?
Pardon?
So it's not a relevant question?
No. It's a point to bear in mind, because it's a fact, but it shouldn't influence what you're looking at on the table today.
Chair, I'd just like to come in on the green roof, because obviously that is not part of the plans that before members. I'm conscious that with a green roof, often if you're to do it properly, it does involve the provision of a kind of bespoke sub-layer of soil strengthening of the roof, and then the sedum. So I think my view, and apologise for cutting across Larry, is that it may not be reasonable to condition a green roof based upon the plans before you. If you can't be confident that one can actually be delivered within the parameters of the structure that you see before you, then I wouldn't count on it as part of a condition.
Thank you. I realise that this is a difficult process, councillors. Jenny.
Thinking about what Toby has just said, I mean, is it possible to require condition, or an informative on solar panels? I mean, that obviously doesn't enhance the biodiversity, but would reduce some of the energy use. Sorry, non-renewable energy.
Chair, through you, I mean, that's, again, it's not something that's being proposed and is before you, and it's not something that arises out of the adopted policies as a requirement for an extension to the property. A green roof would arise through policy 31 of the local plan criteria F.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Katie?
How many bedrooms does this property have? Just, I mean, I might have missed it because of the consideration of the amenity space.
Can we answer that, Lawrence?
I can, but if you'll just give me a second to count them, as
certainly, take your time. Don't be pressurised by us.
The applicant hasn't provided upstairs floor plans, but from the sections provided, it seems to be a 4-bedroom dwelling. and this will not change with the proposed development, only extending along the rear, and to provide extra living space it's not there to provide an extra bedroom, it's there to widen the living space available for the people that will be living there now and in the future.
Thank you. So I think the answer is 4 bedrooms, Katie. Katie Porter.
Thank you. I was just trying to look up my local plan, but Toby will know it better than me. If we can't condition a green roof, and I do tend to think it isn't fair to do that on these plans, that means, in my view, it's not compliant with the sustainable local plan policy that Toby's hopefully going to remind me which one it was in terms of the green roofs. And I certainly have some concerns about the massing, just the scale of the building. If just looking at the plans, even forgetting the photographs that we've seen, to me, this is sizable, and irrespective of PD rights, because as we know, PD rights can be large and massing anyway. It's just outside our control, sadly. The height, particularly with the lantern on top of it, to me, isn't compliant with policy 58 at the moment. That's kind of where I'm sitting. But I'd be grateful if Toby or the officer could just confirm the green roof local plan policy. Well, thank you.
Yeah, the green roof local plan policy is policy 31. And the criteria reference is F, which says any flat roof is a green or brown roof. Members, if they are not inclined to support the officer recommendation, is that in particular in relation to daylight and sunlight impacts, the BRE advice is quite clear that proposal has to fail both the horizontal and vertical 45-degree lines in order to then trigger the requirement for a sunlight daylight assessment. So to my mind, the issue would then come down to, in particular, enclosure arising from the scale of the proposal in relation to the neighbour's rear amenity area in particular.
Thank you. Katie?
I think one of the concerns about the 45 degrees was in one plane that there was a reduction in light coming in on the vertical plane. And that's as a result of the height being 2.7 now and maybe 2.9 or maybe even a bit higher along for the eaves along next to the boundary. If it is possible, is it possible to defer the application so that the applicants could consider the height along the eaves, because it is possible to reduce the height along the eaves and have a sloping roof just coming in a metre or something. Or any other way to just reduce, to improve, not to cut out the light, because that is a neighbourly thing to consider. I wonder whether that might be something to consider.
Before Toby speaks, it's not our job to mitigate here, is it? And I think we should think about that. It's a new application. So instead of talking about what we might wanted it to be, we should be sticking to the actual plans as they've laid down. I find it a difficult situation to be chairing from, as you might understand. But I'm not frightened of that difficulty. But I'm trying to keep us very clearly on course so that we don't get something wrong, that if we make a certain decision and it goes to appeal, then that comes back to bite us because we said something wrong here. Toby.
Through you, Chair, I think it's a cleaner process personally if members determine what is in front of them today, and then the applicants will have a right either to appeal that and or make any amendments to the proposal and come back in with a revised scheme if they so wanted to.
Katie?
I note that we don't have a condition to allow officers to oversee the construction and the brickwork. So I suggest that were we be minded to accept that we add that condition. I'm mindful that we've been informed that the current bricks may not be compliant, but as the chair says, that's irrelevant. But if this were new coming in an area like this where we do have PD removed and a relatively new estate where we'd like to maintain the standards, could we add a condition? And even if it's obviously not accepted, it will hopefully give an indication to the applicants that that's an important thing. Is that reasonable? Can I ask the officer?
Chair, it is a retrospective application, so the advice is correct that you shouldn't be seeking to kind of penalise applicants because of the nature of it being retrospective, but it is as built and as described in the officer's report and as seen on the photographs. The bricks are of a different shade. The only thing I could think of, which sometimes happens with historic buildings, is that you can condition bricks to be painted. But I think the officer position is that is not necessary in this case. They are not too dissimilar to cause significant harm in terms of the character and appearance of the area.
Okay. Katie?
I think when we've, in some other applications that come, sometimes there is a discussion and sometimes I think that we ought to give a clear message to applicants about what is appropriate and what we would like so that they hear a message coming through. And, I think we are in difficult times where we have been told to work at home over the last 2 years. A lot of things have changed. Property in this area is very it's very expensive, so a lot of people do want to extend and don't want to move, and there may not be alternative premises to move to. But it may be that if we were minded not to approve this scheme, we would want to urge the applicants to reconsider some of the points of detail that really have been of concern to us. So it's not necessarily that an extension of maybe the footprint may be acceptable, but there are other areas that are of concern, but they could be resolved. So that's a message if that might be appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm minded to move to the vote. Toby?
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is on page 159 of the agenda pack, and that is to approve subject to conditions, and there is one condition recommended. Thanks, Chair.
So all those in favour?
No hands raised, Chair.
All those against?
Yeah, that's all against, Chair.
Thank you. So that planning application is refused.
I think we need to establish reasons, Chair.
Chair, no, so the application is now in a neutral state. We haven't voted to refuse the application. What we now need to do, what the committee now needs to do is consider what some reasons may be for refusing the application, and then officers will consider those reasons, and we will need a short adjournment to draft some reasons for refusal, which then members can vote on when we return.
Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose policy 31F, which is the green roof, so it's not compliant, and policy 58D, which relates to roof profiles, and policy 58E, which relates to dominating the space, so sort of around the massing for extensions to buildings. I'm sure Toby and the officer will correct me if I've got those wrong. Thank you.
Did you want it? Or did you want to take 5 minutes? Yeah. I think the officers want to take this away and come back with their suggestions. And then I'm no doubt now that they will take account of what you've just said. I'm going to adjourn. Is it adjourn? Do we call it?
We'll just adjourn for 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to adjourn for 10 minutes. I must remind you that you mustn't talk about this in the interim. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're going over to the case officer who will be giving us the potential reasons for refusal. Thank you.
If someone could confirm that they can see that on screen.
Could we have it a bit larger? Can you?
Better?
Thank you.
The reasons for refusal are as follows. The proposal, by virtue of its depth, height, roof profile, and proximity adjacent to number 19 Neath Farm Court, would visually dominate the rear garden of number 19, and as such is contrary to Cambridge Local Plan Policy 58, Criteria D and E. The second reason for refusal is that the proposal, by virtue of its flat roof design, has failed to demonstrate that it would incorporate a green or brown roof. As such, the proposal is contrary to Local Plan Policy 31, Criteria F.
Thank you. I think that possibly councillors from the floor will be added some more. Oh, no. Oh, that's it. I thought we... Okay, then... Formally...
So, Chair,
vote on those.
I think a member needs to move to refuse the application. It would appear, if there's agreement, that they would move to refuse on the basis of the two reasons suggested, and then you vote.
Right. So would somebody like to move that? Moved by Katie Pora, Councillor Katie Pora, and seconded by Councillor Jenny Gawthorpe Wood.
It is Jenny Gawthorpe Wood.
It's my accent. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's all, Chair.
Thank you. That's unanimous. That is now refused. Thank you. So we move to the... Do the officers want a break? You're okay. Right. So now we move to Netherhall Farm. Can I ask the... We have on Netherhall Farm... people to speak. Councillor Sam Davis and Sophie Pryor, who is the applicant, speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Chair, can I just say that that is my ward, but I'm totally unfettered on anything to do with this.
Did you say that was your ward? But
My ward.
yeah, it's okay. I think we expect councillors to be neutral in those circumstances, or to say if they're not. James.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Can you just confirm that you can see and hear me, please?
You can see that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So this application is related to condition 35 of Outline Permission 20-01972-OUT for Netherhall Farm Ports Causeway, otherwise known as GB1. Before I start formally with my presentation, I'd like to just draw your attention that there's been two amendments have been made on the amendment sheet. The first is related to paragraph 8.2, which provided further background on how the condition came to be and further background on the site. And the second makes the recommendation clearer, and I'll explain that at the end of the presentation. This discharge of condition application provides submitted details regarding the feasibility of implementing a northern link to Almonders Avenue or Beaumont Road. The condition states, prior to development commencing, details of the work undertaken to seek a link to Almoners Avenue or Beaumont Road shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority in consultation with Cambridgeshire County Council to determine the feasibility of implementing such link and improve pedestrian and cyclist connectivity. The reasons to mitigate the impact of the development and in support of the sustainable access to the development in compliance with policies 80 and 81 of the Cambridge Local Plan. The submitted feasibility statement finds that it is not feasible for the applicant to implement such a link. This slide just provides the location of the GB1 site and I'll provide some context. So the red line site boundary here for the GB1 site with Warts Causeway to the south, Beaumont Road to the north, Almoners Avenue to the northwest, the green belts to the east, and then off the screen here would be Netherhall School. This land was released from the greenbelt and is identified in the local plan as policy 27, which is a site-specific development opportunity. The outline planning permission was granted in January 2022, where this condition was implemented. The feasibility statement suggests 3 potential routes, which are identified as part of the feasibility study. The first is to the northwest of the site to Almoners Avenue, which is this one here. And if I go back a slide, this would be in this area here. The second is to the northeast, this one here, which would go through Netherhall School playing field. And if I go back to the previous slide, that would be along this edge here and off the screen there. The third was ruled out, which went directly north through a land buffer and would require the acquirement of at least one property to be demolished to make way for this path. I'll go back again. That would be through one of these properties here, and there's a land buffer as part of the outline proposed to be along here. The first 2 route options, as seen on the screen here, were explored and engagement was had with the landowners at Almoners Avenue and Netherhall School. Neither were willing to sell the land to enable the path, making them not feasible. Additionally, both objected to the creation of a path in these locations. The report concludes that the only feasible way for the paths to be created is for the County Council to consider a public path creation order under Section 26 of the Highways Act 1980. This is a matter for the local highway authority and not the local planning authority, and is not considered under this discharge of condition application for condition 35. So to summarise, the application is considered acceptable as all reasonable efforts have been undertaken by the applicant to seek this northern access link. The adjoining landowners strongly oppose the implementation of the link, of the proposed link, and are unwilling to sell the land for the creation of such a path. It is not considered reasonable to require the applicants to implement a path on land outside of the applicant ownership. It should also be noted that the GB1 site was acceptable in planning terms without this proposed northern link, and the purpose of this condition was to determine the feasibility. There is no requirement for this link to be created as part of this condition. So the recommendation, which is as amended on the amendment sheet, which reads, the requirements of condition 35 have been met and the feasibility of a northern pedestrian cycle link has been explored. It is recommended that condition 35 is discharged in full, allowing the development to proceed without provision of a northern pedestrian and cycle access. Therefore, the developer would not be required to provide, as part of the development, the northern pedestrian cycle links explored in the submitted feasibility statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. So we've got Sophie. Would you like to come to the front, to the middle? I'm sure you're aware, but you have 3 minutes. 30 seconds before the end, you'll hear a little ding, That means, can you please wrap up within that time? So please go ahead in your own time. Can you press the microphone?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sophie Pryor and I am the Development Manager for CG, and we are working with the landowners Guy St Thomas's charity to bring forward the site known as GB1. Following the resolution to grant planning consent, we've been continuing our engagement with local stakeholders and residents to explore the feasibility of a link to the north via Almoners Avenue or Beaumont Road. During the pre-application and application process, we sought to work collaboratively with the local authority, county council, stakeholders, neighbouring landowners and residents. This included finding solutions which balance the existing interests of those surrounding the site with the development's future residents and the requirement for the allocation itself. During the public consultation event, we received many verbal and 9 written comments from residents to the north, requesting amendments be made to the layout of this part of the site to create an additional buffer which between the development and the existing residents to reduce the impact of the scheme. The consented scheme mirrors this change, and we have reflected the need to limit the impact on existing residents whilst creating a scheme which is accessible and sustainable. Following the planning committee and confirmation of the conditions, we liaised directly with Sustrans in their role as an expert body on walking and cycling routes to discuss whether they could assist us in negotiating with landowners to see if a solution could be found which provides a new footpath cycle link to the north of the site. Unfortunately, they confirmed that we would not be in a position to act on our behalf. However, in our communication with neighbouring residents and landowners, we have applied the Sustrans methods of engagement as set out in our written submission for this condition. 2 routes had previously been identified via Almoners Avenue and the existing school playing fields to Beaumont Road. These routes had the potential to work within the consented parameter plans and would not result in the loss of much needed family home from either the proposed scheme or the surrounding area. We approached both parties with plans of the proposed route and specification to understand whether these links were likely to be considered acceptable in principle and therefore feasible. We received feedback which confirmed that neither route would be acceptable due to the impact on the existing properties and the school, notably concerning security. Previous reviews of the application stage into the existing Beaumont Road properties had shown the introduction of a northern link to Beaumont Road would not be possible without demolishing one of these properties. Given the level of housing need in Cambridge and a shorter walking route for future residents is an unacceptable level of mitigation for the demolition of an existing family home. And we consider this in light of the clear concerns relayed to us during our ongoing consultation with Beaumont Road residents that a clear gap should be kept between the development and the existing properties to the rear. As confirmed by the specifics in the site's allocation in the adopted local plan, the proposals are acceptable in planning and technical terms, and on this basis we respectfully request the committee approve the discharge of this condition.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Thank you for coming here in person to make your statement. Thank you. Councillor Sam Davis. Please. Can I ask you before you start that, are you here to represent your ward?
I am here as ward councillor.
Thank you very much.
And as ward councillor for Queen Edith's, I wanted to speak to committee today because I want to make it clear that this is not a trivial piece of box ticking. On the contrary, in seeking to discharge condition 35, we are acknowledging the failure of our planning system to deliver sustainable development at GB1. It is critical for the sustainability of GB1 that a northern active travel route between the site and the rest of Queen Edith should be delivered. Without it, GB1 is cut off from primary and secondary schools and local amenities such as the pharmacy and GP surgeries. It will be less safe and considerably less convenient for residents living on GB1 to walk or cycle to access those amenities, and they will be more inclined to drive to reach them. This will put further pressure on an already overloaded local road network, increase the development's carbon footprint, and harm local air quality. These concerns were recognised by the February 2021 meeting of the Planning Committee, which mandated the reinstatement of Condition 35 to mitigate the impact of the development. Agreeing to the discharge of Condition 35 today means that the stated objective of council on that occasion, the delivery of the Northern Active Travel Route, will not be achieved. In this respect, it brings into question the compliance of GB1 with Policy 80 of the adopted local plan. There are three aspects to which I'd like to draw your attention. The first relates to the actions of the site promoter, CEG. The feasibility statement submitted by Lichfields in support of the discharge of Condition 35 says that CEG only became aware during the pre-application consultation phase that, quote, there was some local support for the inclusion of a link on the northern edge of the site. That is simply not true. Firstly, Appendix B, the proposal schedule, to both the adopted 2018 local plan and the preceding draft local plan requires that, and I quote, pedestrian and cycle access to the local centre in Wolfston Way be investigated. It is reasonable to assume that any promoter pursuing the development of a proposed site would be familiar with the details of the proposal schedule relating to that site, and that information was freely available to CEG in the draft local plan submitted in March 2014. Secondly, in my capacity as chair of the Queen Edith Community Forum, I was in regular contact with CEG staff from 2016, first with Stephen King, then John Allen, then Victoria Walker. And the need for this northern access was something I raised with them from the very start. If I recall correctly, the previous speaker, Ms. Pryor, was present at some of those meetings. Since northern access was identified in the emerging local plan in 2014 and emphasised by me in regular personal contact with CEG staff from 2016 onwards, CEG had ample time to work out how to achieve it in advance of submitting the application for outline planning approval in 2020. And opportunities did exist. For example, at least 4 properties in suitable locations on Beaumont Road were sold on the open market during that period, and more options could perhaps have been created by proactively contacting residents and asking if they were willing to sell at a premium, as is standard practice within the development industry. So I would ask committee members to bear this in mind when considering the assertion of non-feasibility within the Lichfields report. The second aspect relates to consideration of the application for outline planning approval. I spoke at Planning Committee in February 21 when the application was considered alongside then Ward Councillor Colin McGurty and Matt Danish from Cam Cycle. We all made representations that the Northern Active Travel access was required in order for the development at GB1 to be compliant with Policy 80, which is entitled Supporting Sustainable Access to Development. Paragraphs B2 to 4 on page 230 are particularly relevant and describe prioritising walking and cycling access in new developments by conveniently linking the development with surrounding walking, cycling and public transport networks, prioritising networks of public transport, pedestrian and cycle movement so that these are the best and safest means of moving. Areas where public transport, pedestrian and cycle movement is difficult or dangerous will be improved and where possible have further capacity for these sustainable modes provided, and ensuring accessibility for those with impaired mobility. This is expanded in paragraph 9.5, quote, good, easy access to a high quality and efficient transport network is essential to support new development and ensure that it is sustainable. The responsibility of the developer for achieving compliance is spelt out in paragraph 9.14, quote, developers will be required to fund high-quality paths both along the identified routes and any others that may be suitable for accessing the particular development. So that's what the policy requires. However, the wording of Condition 35, as drafted at committee, only required the applicant to provide details of the work undertaken to seek a link and to determine the feasibility of implementing such a link, not the actual delivery of the link. clear intent in requesting condition 35 was that all best efforts should be made to achieve sustainable development compliant with policy 80. So I would ask the councillors here today who also attended that meeting whether they understood then what is stated in the report from Officer Truitt today, namely that, quote, it is not considered reasonable to require an applicant to implement a path on land outside the applicant's ownership. Did members in fact understand how trivial it would be for the developer to frustrate the intent of condition 35 as it was worded? Aspect relates to the role and responsibilities of the landowner. I wouldn't usually raise this at planning committee, but the application for discharge of condition 35 is in the name of GSTC Property Investment Limited. That's the Guy's and St Thomas's charity, which claims that it manages its lands and property to, quote, help us achieve the greatest possible impact on health. It was a key contributor to the development of the Thrives framework, a tool for integrating health and well-being into new developments, created in 2020 in collaboration with built environment and health practitioners at the UCL Institute of Environmental Design and Engineering. The Thrives framework seeks to raise awareness that, quotes, health impacts often occur far away from new development or many years after construction, requiring design teams to think of impact beyond the property boundaries. So I would ask councillors to consider whether, despite the worthy rhetoric, the discharge of condition 35 requested by GSTC will in fact concretise negative health impacts into our community for decades to come, precisely because the planning process has failed to think beyond the property boundaries. To conclude, as I see it, there are 4 scenarios regarding the sustainable development of GB1 and its compliance with Policy 80. The first is that the Northern Access route is still deliverable if CEG makes best efforts. If this is the case, condition 35 should not be discharged today. The second is that the Northern Access could have been delivered if condition 35 had been more tightly worded. The third is that the Northern Access could have been delivered if the local plan policy regarding GB1 had been more tightly worded. For example, required, not investigated. And the fourth is that the Northern Access could never have been delivered because there is no planning means by which this requirement could be enforced on the developer. Today's application requires committee to decide on the first of these points. And I do understand that in all likelihood, condition 35 will be discharged this afternoon for the reasons laid out in Officer Truitt's report. However, if this is the outcome, then it is also imperative that officers and members identify which of scenarios 2, 3, and 4 has caused us to arrive at this situation and undertake to learn from that. We need to acknowledge that in this instance, the planning system has not worked to serve the interests of current residents of Queen Edith or the future residents of GB1. The planning system must be judged by deeds, not words. We cannot just call a development sustainable, it has to be sustainable. And GB1, without the Northern Access, is not compliant with Policy 80 of the local plan, and I do not believe it can honestly be described as sustainable. I apologise to committee for the length of this contribution, but I am both disappointed and angered by where we find ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much for coming and speaking to us.
I'd like to thank the ward councillor for coming and the very detailed but articulate explanation about your argument that you put forward. And I was a member of the committee when the condition was reinstated, and we had a lot of conversation, and I think it was a unanimous decision to include condition 35 because we all felt so strongly that about sustainable development and active travel. And I know of other sites in Cambridge where developers have bought adjacent properties to either enable the long-term success of a scheme or even to enable a scheme to be built. So I know adjacent properties have been purchased so to allow just the construction. I also believe that we do not have to consider a loss of a building dwelling on the northern access. A lot of the properties along there have side garages and also space adjacent to the garages. And I feel that part of considering the northern access should be securing space adjacent to a property that would allow the appropriate width to be provided. And so I feel that I do feel that the officer has done a very good presentation, but I do feel that this hasn't been exhausted. I don't feel that the efforts to secure an active travel route have been exhausted, and that I feel that more needs to be done.
Anybody else wants to speak? Katie Pora.
Chair, I too was on this original committee. I voted against for the reasons of this, not just policy 80, but LTM 120 in terms of prioritising pedestrians, cycles and then vehicles. It is a difficult one though. I think the committee knew when condition 35 was reinstated, it was not as robust as it could be, but it was as good as we were going to get, I think, on the advice of everybody at the meeting. I do, just as a question to the officer, I know we've talked a lot about speaking to number 39 and 39A, Almoners Avenue. I'm not sure why we haven't spoken to others who, for example, do have a garage that could be knocked down or moved over. So I just wondered if the officer could come back on that a little bit. I am surprised as well that the school weren't as interested as I thought they would be, given that it's a lot of their students who would be using the route. But again, if we could just have some more comments, picking up on what Councillor Thornborough said on, obviously, I appreciate certain householders won't want to sell, that's absolutely their right. But I am a little concerned that some of the other issues we thought would be explored, such as finding a sort of, in effect, a cut through that doesn't take down a building, that doesn't seem to have been fully addressed in this report. Thank you.
James, would you like to deal with that question now?
Yes, thank you. So in regards to sort of the focus on 39 and 39A, is Almoners Avenue, they sort of had provided the most correspondence directly to myself as well as within the feasibility statement as to why a path would not be acceptable there. So they sort of provided grounds that they were not willing to sell the property, but also because they have two dwellings being created in the rear, that it forms part of the access to those developments. And so they would then raise grounds on highway safety. In regard to the sort of directly north, following sort of the conclusion of the feasibility statement that it would require a dwelling to be demolished, and also again it's sort of it's land that's outside of the developer's ownership. I didn't think it'd be reasonable to push that further from my part. And also there was the strategic land buffer that was approved as part of the outline planning permission to the north to protect the existing dwellings, to provide a buffer there. And sort of the final comment in regards to the school, whilst I do agree that it is a shame that sort of that route is seen as not being possible, the school is unwilling to explore it further, or so the communications within the feasibility statement show. And so it's difficult for me to sort of press further.
The case officer explain more about a public path creation order? I haven't heard about that, and I wondered what that process is, please. Because the other thing is that I know that within Cambridge, to improve active travel, there is a project going on to look at how to create links to across the whole of the city to enable more, walkable communities. So this is something that we're doing, is part of what we want to create in the city, and it would certainly, as we know, would improve this site.
James?
Yes, so it's slightly difficult for me again to comment on this, but it's that's a county highway act, or part of the 1980 Act, Section 26, and so it would fall outside of sort of the determination of this condition, but it's something that could be explored further outside of determining condition 35.
Is there anybody else want to ask?
I just want to check on the amendment sheet. I don't think we've got the second paragraph the officer referred to, the amendment to the decision. I couldn't find it, so I just wanted for completeness. I think James read it out, but there's only one amendment for this on the amendment sheet, and that's the amendment to paragraph 8.2, not the decision, so I don't know if we could reconfirm that. I'm also in a difficult position because with my planning hat on, I'm struggling to find material grounds to refuse because the condition, as I think Councillor Davies pointed out, was not as robust as perhaps some of us would have liked. So I'd be grateful. I mean, my concern is that it appears from the report that we've only explored a couple of the houses in Almoners Avenue, but I have actually read a lot on the planning portal, which I think agrees with what the officer said, that there were other houses approached, but I wondered if the officer could just confirm that, because I did read it in quite a lot of detail. Because my concern is in terms of the material grounds to reject this condition, I'm struggling a little if they have engaged everyone, because that's all, unfortunately, the condition 35 asks them to do. I'd be grateful for some comments on whether other stakeholders, particularly in Almoners Avenue, were approached.
James, are you in a position to answer that question?
I'm just double checking the feasibility statement just to confirm if any specific dwellings were contacted. So I can, from the feasibility statement, it says paragraph 4.7, at the time of the initial exploration work from an online estate agent's search at our time of writing, none of the 14 properties were or are for sale along Beaumont Road. It is unclear when the properties on Beaumont Road would come to market, nor which one of the 14 would be available or timescales for sale as such. So it doesn't appear that any specific dwellings were approached. So I think the other question was in regards to the recommendation. Is it not on anybody's amendment sheet? Sorry, would it be helpful if I shared my final slide from my presentation just so that the wording is up?
Please, that would be useful.
That was one too far. There we go. Would you like me to read it out again, or is on screen fine?
I think we can see that, James. Thank you. So, councillors, the officer's recommendation is clear. It's for you to ask the questions, to draw out the arguments, or we go to the vote. Katie.
I'd like to consider a deferment so that options that further consideration could be given to the properties on the north of the road, and also maybe consulting the county council about the public path creation order.
Jenny?
Well, certainly agree with what Councillor Thornborough's just said. Is it possible to go back to ask the developers to write to all the residents in Beaumont Road? Sorry, I'm having one of these moments. Almoners Avenue, and again, perhaps write to Netherhall, to Netherhall School, to ask them again. And it might be that the letter needs to include some of the policies that we have in the local plan on promoting active travel, and the need, in terms of health, and in developing proper sustainable communities. So if it could tie it to the local plan and why this is really essential for the development of the city. Thank you.
Can I ask as the chair that if we're going to ask for a deferment, that we're very, very, very clear as to what we are asking for in that deferment? Councillors would like to put forward the reasoning for that deferment. A way to go about this, Toby.
I think that's an acceptable question, Chair.
Yeah. I think we really need to, we've held this programme up. Don't seem, from what I'm gathering from what's being said, we don't seem to have got the answer that we wanted. And so we're going for a second bite at a deferment. And I think it's only fair for me to say as chair that we need to be exceptionally clear about what we are actually asking for and how we expect that to be achieved. So I don't know if it's permissible for you to just throw things forward, or whether you want to talk about it and come back.
Could we get the county council a bit more involved in this? I mean, we've got a county councillor on our Queen Edith ward, and see if we could get him a bit more involved in this.
I think that's a separate issue. I'm
Really?
not sure, but let's see what comes forward. So A, we're talking about getting the county council more involved. B, Katie?
At the moment, the report is lacking information about which other householders or properties have been approached. And also there's an assumption that every house would need to be knocked down. So I would quite like to see something that said, we've written to every house owner in these streets adjoining. We've offered, I noticed in the statement on the website, the portal, it was saying that we might have to pay a premium to do this and this isn't acceptable. Well, I note that is normally quite acceptable to developers who do need to put a route through. So I would like to ask for, just to show that they've discharged it, it's not just 39 and 39A, it should be every house around there. And there may be somewhere it's not feasible, and that's fine, they can show us that by saying maybe there's not room. So for me, it would be a consistent record of engagement with all of those properties to just be absolutely sure that there's no one who's willing to at least allow a cycle path through part of their garden, for example. I'm probably less, I mean, there's obviously the greenbelt issues, but for me, it's these houses and what could be feasible. So that's what I would like to ask and make clear.
Katie?
Yeah, and just going on from that, I think Netherhall School is probably owned by the county council. Normally, schools are owned by, so rather than Netherhall saying they don't want to engage, it should be the county council who responds about the engagement. And some of these new homes will have children who would go to Netherhall in due course. So I would also, so I think that the county council, and also this public path creation order, it may be that is something that could be considered when the discussion with the county council as the landowner of the school is approached.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Could we also make it clear that we're not asking people to knock their houses down? We're just asking for a bit of space so that we could actually just come through their shed or the garage or the privet
Jenny?
hedge or something?
What I don't want to do is to encourage the developer not to do the work that it looks as though they need to do in engaging with potential owners of the land that's needed for the paths, the cycle path. If we go and ask the county officers, transport officers to get involved at this stage, if we can have the two running alongside each other, fine. But I think the onus is with the developer to show us that they have engaged, written to everybody, and all the points that the other councillors have raised. Thank you.
Might I try to paraphrase that? Yeah? So we would like the developers to contact the county council to ask them to consider what legal steps they can take to open up this piece of land, to see if they can approach, the county will approach Netherhall School, unless it's an academy, I don't know, to actually ask them to really consider what's going on, because there could be potentially some considerable premium for them in doing that. And also to not just write to, but make arrangements to visit all the houses that potentially could offer up some land to make this access available, and that we are not calling for houses to be knocked down here or taken out of use. Does that, I know that's a rough paraphrase and poor Toby's got to turn that into words, but is that what we're talking about? Okay, so would somebody like to propose a deferment?
Chair,
Yes, please, Toby. Sorry.
I want to just come in. I think members are aware, because the condition ultimately does not require a link to be provided. So even if a feasible route were identified, there would be no obligation through the planning condition to actually deliver it ultimately. And I just wanted to make that explicitly clear, because I think it is a reasonable approach for members to question, how many kind of properties the developer has approached along Beaumont Road and Almoners Avenue, but ultimately it may be a fruitless exercise, given that actually the delivery of the route was not deemed necessary in order to grant planning permission, and it wasn't secured through the condition. So I just wanted to make that explicitly clear. I'm sure it is in members' minds also, and also that this is, a strategic housing site that needs to deliver housing to meet housing need, and as currently phrased, this condition prevents development to enable that need, because it's a prior to commencement of development condition.
Thank you, Toby. So bearing that in mind, is somebody prepared to move to further defer? Jennifer? And anybody prepared to second it? So let's see if we're going to accept the deferment first. So is there a seconder for Jenny's? Katie? Right, so we've accepted that we're prepared to vote on a deferment. Jenny?
If the existing condition doesn't have to be delivered, can we have a new condition?
Very clear. We don't have that right. So, yes, Katie.
When Toby talks about the fact that this will delay start on site, I mean, how far off are we? I mean, is this going to be, because obviously I appreciate there's lots of other conditions that also need to be discharged. So we're talking, are they ready to start? Are we months away?
I'm not sure whether it would, but obviously if you're asking a developer potentially to purchase property or land, then there's a potential ransom situation involved. You may get involved in kind of protracted negotiations. I don't know where the site is on a strategic basis in terms of discharge of other conditions, but James may well know that.
Thanks, Toby. So at the moment, the site is they're submitting details for the pre-commencement conditions as part of the outline. So far as I'm aware, there's been no reserve matters application submitted. Sorry, there is still a bit of time, but obviously with the deferment, there's delays because there's no committee coming up due to elections further on, and then there's January, and so it does then delay the potential start date. Additionally, as Toby's mentioned, with the potential purchase of a property, I'm not sure how long that could possibly take. And I would also like to emphasise Toby's point of the difficulty with the wording of the condition, that even if it was considered feasible, there's no requirement for the implementation of such a path given the wording of the condition.
Right. Bearing in mind the officer's words, all those in favour of deferring this? Yes, please.
Sorry, before you vote, could I just reinforce the points that have come out most latterly, is that there is no legal obligation on the developer to provide this, even if it proves feasible. The text of the condition that we're looking at does not require them to do it. So there is a practical enforcement issue. And that would weigh heavy in any appeal against the decision not to discharge the condition at some point in the future, not necessarily today, but it would or could.
Penny, I want to wrap this up. I don't want to...
Apologies, but is there a way that we can ask the developer to do the work that we've asked, but at the same time not stop them from continuing with the development and all the other, the pre-start work, I don't know, sorry, I'm getting tired here, but the pre-build conditions, the work they have to do, and then indeed the build. Thank you.
Chair, through you, the only way to do that would be through a Section 73 submission that the developer could propose an alteration to the condition, but that would be for the developer to choose whether to go down that path or not in terms of delayed triggers potentially. So it may be something that they would want to consider if the matter becomes prolonged.
Katie.
Sorry. You know, this is really difficult because it does seem like as the ward councillor suggested, that the description of the condition was actually, as it's non-enforceable, that should have been explained previously. You know, in my opinion, I don't feel that they have considered all of the feasibility, but you know, this could have been explained a year ago, that even if they, you know, they had looked at it to some extent even a year ago, they've got a little bit more, they've got more detail which has come forward, but they haven't looked at the options of purchasing the properties. So, you know, we do have to have some lessons from this. Because I don't feel the condition's been met, but why do we have a condition that can't be enforced? You know, the whole reason was to try and comply with, I think the ward councillor suggested policy 80. We want to meet policy 80, and the only way is to find another accessible route so that the children do not have to cycle round onto a main road. And it just seems like that, you know, it's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult, and you'll see from the officer report that I think originally the officer report recommended this condition, then removed it. Whenever you have land that is in with kind of third-party ownership and not public ownership, it is very difficult to impose reasonable conditions upon a developer to deliver things on land that is outside of their control. So the scope of the condition does reflect the limitations in terms of control that the applicant has. And I think if you'd have wanted to go further at that point in time, then we may well be in a very different position of a condition being appealed for unreasonableness. So I'm not 100% sure actually there is necessarily a learning point arising from the drafting of the condition. Is just merely a condition which has significant limitations in terms of actual delivery.
What do we do this for, councillors?
The sites, the red line sites that I identified in the local plan don't normally come with an access point. So it's up to the developers to consider the access. And most access actually goes across land, even if it's land owned by the Highways Authority. They have to negotiate and purchase a piece of land to gain access. So this site was, in theory, you know, it is in the local plan. The outline, we agreed with in agreeing the outline consent that it is a suitable location for housing in line with the outline plan. But it's basically saying, you know, access is not resolved. So I take your point, but there is the developer has chosen to consider one point of access where more points than one could have been considered, and to some extent it was considered, and we were asking for further consideration. So you have to have an access, otherwise the site is not viable. So they've shown one access point, so there is access so they can build it, but it doesn't, so there is some viability because of the road access, but it doesn't comply with policy 80. Yeah.
I'm going to go to the vote on this. Those in favour of deferring this item again?
It's all in favour of deferring, Chair.
Well, that decision is made. We need to do anything else on that? No? Okay, thank you. So we'll move to the, do you want 2 minutes? No? Okay, let's move to the next one, which is 49 College Fields. You want to come for a break? Right. 2 minutes or 3 minutes or till people come back.
Just to remind
The next one is 49 College Fields. 2 public speakers, one who wishes to remain anonymous, and Rob Preston, who is the agent. So, Lawrence, would you like to present?
Mm-hmm. This application is for a change of use from a small HMO, use class 4, to a 9-bed large house in multiple occupation, use class sui generis, at 49 College Fields, Cambridge. The area consists of predominantly residential dwellings and settings of open space. The application is a resubmission following a recent refusal under planning application reference 21/04425/FUL. The refusal reasons were related to insufficient bedroom spaces and small communal living areas, which could have caused adverse impacts on neighbours. This secondary application has addressed the previous concerns with regards to bedroom sizes and communal living areas. The existing plans are now on screen, and the proposed plans have increased these communal living areas by approximately 12 square metres to the living room, which now equates to 27.2 square metres, and 6 square metres to the kitchen space, which now equates to 20.1 square metres. The development will convert existing non-habitable rooms to provide 9 bedrooms for 9 individual persons. All bedrooms exceed space standards set out within Policy 50. For clarity, a condition will be added to any permission granted to ensure that no more than 9 persons will reside within the building at any one time. The property will provide 5 communal bathrooms and 46 square metres of usable external amenity space. The applicant has included plans for the proposed cycle store, intended to provide 10 cycles, and bin stores, adequate to hold 7 number 240-litre bins. The bin store to be relocated is now on screen, and the cycle store. Representations have been received from neighbouring occupiers, which are set out and addressed within the officer's report and are currently on screen. Some of these key concerns will now be discussed. Parking. The application includes proposals for the provision of number 1 off-street parking space. Concerns have been raised from neighbouring occupiers and the local highways department regarding the likely cumulative impact of extra cars being parked along College Fields. The application site is in a sustainable location within close proximity to ample public transport connections along Milton Road, including the Cambridge North Rail Station. There are suitable active travel arrangements and community facilities within proximity to the site. Therefore, the application is not considered dependent on car usage and is considered compliant with Policy 80, 81 and 82. Concerns have been raised with regards to noise. The previous application was refused on the grounds that internal living arrangements were small, potentially forcing future tenants to overuse the garden, putting residents in closer proximity to neighbouring occupiers. The current application has addressed the concerns with small internal amenity space and will allow for less dependency on the garden space, reducing the negative impact on neighbours. To further guarantee the amenity of neighbours will be protected, a management or maintenance plan will be required by condition, which must be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority prior to the occupation of the 7th bedroom, in the interest of protecting the residential amenity of neighbouring occupiers. The concerns shown in red on screen relate to building regulations, covenants, infrastructure, and previous planning breaches are not considered relevant to the application, and the outcome of the application should not be assessed in relevance to these 4 concerns. The other concerns have been adequately addressed within the officer's report. In conclusion, the current application has addressed the previous reasons for refusal and is not considered to give rise to any adverse impacts on character of the area or residential amenity of neighbouring occupiers. The officer recommends the application is approved, subject to conditions.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. So we've got a applicant who wants to be known as a College Fields resident who would prefer to remain anonymous. So please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. After 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you'll hear a bell, and that means you've got 30 seconds left to go.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, okay. Good afternoon. With just 3 minutes to speak, I will focus on the points that are most pressing. Those being the serious overdevelopment of College Fields with high density housing and the related noise issues. College Fields was designed as an area made up of spacious apartments and family homes with associated facilities. It was never meant to accommodate high density housing in the form of HMOs. However, there has for some time now been a creeping overdevelopment of the area with at least 3 HMOs, numbers 1, 8 and 49, and we suspect more that are unregistered. The change of use for this property has already had a huge detrimental effect on its neighbours, myself included, with serious and persistent noise issues leading to formal complaints. I note in the committee report there is mention of appropriate management arrangements to address this. However, there is no mention of how the property's management will actually take responsibility for noise issues. Instead, the usual environmental health route is cited. I must also point out the assumption that noise is coming from overuse of the garden. This is only part of the problem. In actual fact, the noise is almost as bad and sometimes worse when the residents are in the living room and with the patio doors open as they are speaking over noise from music and television and are unguarded in their tone due to being indoors. Making the living room even bigger and filling it with 9 people plus their inevitable partners and guests who will stay over means it will be regularly occupied by adults well into double figures. The planning report appears to recognise this fact, 6.2, abridged, saying it is important to note that the increase in occupiers would far surpass the likely occupation numbers of the current use. I'm at a loss to understand how this significant intensification of use can be considered acceptable. The developer attempts to portray their application as a philanthropic quest to provide housing. However, we all know this is simply a money-making venture from which the landlord stands to rake in at least another £20,000 per year from 3 extra tenants. We all understand the need for more housing in this city, but in my view, and I've lived in HMOs, these developments represent a step backwards and should be getting phased out, not greenlit. I know they're in the local plan, but I hope that you can all see how allowing yet another large HMO in College Fields takes us over the tipping point for what is acceptable in terms of multiple occupancy housing in this area and firmly into the definition of overdevelopment. Currently, there is still some hope that these high density properties will eventually become obsolete, but by allowing a change of use of the garage in particular, you will ensure that this house is changed forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming and speaking to us and making your points live, even over a video screen. Thank you very much indeed.
Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Thank you. Rob Preston. I'm sure that you understand, but you have 3 minutes. After 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you'll hear the bell, which means time to speed up.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair and members. As the agent for the planning application, I would like to summarise the applicant's planning case. A thorough assessment has been undertaken by the officers and the recommendation is of approval subject to conditions. The proposed development benefits from support in principle under policy 48 of the local plan, which supports changes of use to houses in multiple occupation and aims to diversify the city's housing stock by providing private rented accommodation which addresses specific housing needs. For example, number 49 is suitable for local professionals and postgraduate students. It is a large dwelling in a sizable curtilage and was extended recently. 49 College Fields is already operated as a 6-bed HMO, and therefore the change of use being sought is to allow occupancy for up to 3 additional occupants, and the occupancy is proposed to be limited by condition. The officer's assessment in paragraphs 8.4 to 8.33 of the committee report demonstrates how the three criteria of policy 48 are met. This is a revision of a previous application which was withdrawn due to concerns over internal amenity space. The floor plans were subsequently revised in agreement with officers, and by reconfiguring the internal layout, the resubmitted plans have rooms which all meet or exceed both the Council's private rented accommodation licensing standards and also the National Technical Internal Space Standards, some including the communal rooms by a significant margin. The plans ensure that there is a good amount of internal private and communal living space which avoids overuse of or spilling out into the garden and ensures high quality living conditions. The garden is a good size and, as explained in the officer's report, also complies with policy 50 on residential space standards. Whilst some concerns have been raised by objectors about potential noise impacts, the City Council has a robust licensing regime for HMOs which sets out mitigation measures in case of any complaints being received. There are also strict rules in place within tenancy agreements regarding noise limits, and this includes formal warnings of eviction in the case of non-compliance. This is taken very seriously by the applicant and the managing agent, and tenants are made aware of the issue and understand their responsibilities. Suitable mitigation is also being designed into the building, for example, the provision of large internal communal spaces, and the party wall within the converted garage will be upgraded to a cavity wall with thermal and acoustic insulation. The Highways Department have reviewed the application and have raised no concerns from a highway safety perspective. The case officers determined that the development complies with policies 80 to 82 on sustainable transport and parking provision. 49 College Fields is in a highly sustainable location where tenants can make use of bikes and do not need to rely on private car use to travel to work and to study. In conclusion, we concur with the case officer's assessment. College Fields is predominantly made up of standard dwellings and there's no over-concentration of HMOs. The proposed development will be equipped with suitable living arrangements and facilities, including 10 secure bicycle racks for a 9-bedroom property. The proposals are acceptable in residential amenity terms, and the property is centrally located, enabling residents to meet their daily needs without needing a car. Policy 48 expressly supports proposals for HMOs, which help to diversify the city's housing stock, and I would respectfully request support for the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you for coming to actually speak to us, and thank you for waiting. I'm sorry we kept you waiting, both of you,
No worries.
for actually to speak. So, councillors. So I've got Jenny first, then Katie.
I am very concerned about the noise and management of the noise, because there's already been problems with noise from this property to adjoining properties, and the problem is that you have to, at the moment, you know, you're waiting till the noise has happened before, and then you measure it, and only then can something be attempted to be done about it. I'm also very I'm very concerned that you are going to have more than the 9 people living here, and certainly more than 9 staying here or visiting. I want to see really how this fits in the overall character of the neighbourhood, because this does look like overdevelopment to me. I also would like to see how big the rear garden is now, whether or not there could be screening and planting schemes to reduce noise. I mean, it's almost as though there needs to be a noise barrier, which is a bit odd in this suburban area. And could the officer please just run through the red points again, which he said were not material considerations? Thank you.
Would you like to do that now, Lawrence, please? And then we can make sure that we don't talk about those red points.
Yep, of course. So as previously stated, the concerns on screen, covenants, the local infrastructure not apparently being adequate for increased occupancy, and garage wall insufficient for living accommodation, and the breach of planning mentioned within neighbour comments with regards to the current tenants at the 6-bed small HMO leaving bins on the road away from their designated bin store location should not be considered material to this current application.
Okay, councillors, can I ask for you to work with us and try not to cover those points? Thank you.
Would you like me to proceed with answering councillors' questions?
Yes, apparently. Oh.
With regards to noise, I believe it was on the basis that, 1 second. Sorry, would I be able to ask the councillor to repeat her question with regards to noise?
I'll arbitrate.
Okay, my concern, sorry, Chair, shall I respond? My concerns on noise were that the noise has to happens, and it has been happening already. It's a problem, and only once the noise has upset all the, caused a nuisance, is it then able to be managed. So that's what's been happening already. What I'd like to see, I also want to see a proper management plan. And it almost seems to me that we need to have some kind of noise abatement, well, there's noise management, noise abatement scheme, possibly putting in some protective screens around the garden to stop noise travelling. This may seem a little excessive because we'd rather the noise wasn't happening at all. So I'd like the details of the noise management plan that I think the developer mentioned, or you may have mentioned, and to ensure that this is enforced. So that's on the noise. Does that clarify? Thank you.
I'll start with the management plan. It is recommended prior to occupation of the 7th bedroom, which means that it would be reviewed by the local planning authority prior to this change of use to a sui generis, before that actually the use actually commences. The Cambridge City Council has a robust HMO licensing scheme, as mentioned by the agent. This has specific measures in place which can lead to eviction if the noise levels are deemed as potentially detrimental to neighbours. I believe from the information I've been provided by the agent that on previous times when complaints were submitted, that the applicant, landlord, acted fairly quickly to remediate the matter, and that there hasn't been any significant noise complaints since. Furthermore, it's a residential use in a residential area, and the use is compatible in principle. I don't think noise barriers would be completely necessary. And with regards to screening, I don't think there would be much of an impact. The representative of College Fields has mentioned the potential impacts of the living room at the back. This could potentially be. I'll have to check with Toby on that actually with regards to noise attenuation measures. Overdevelopment within the area. There is evidence of HMOs, as stated 1, 8 and 49. 8 is already a large HMO, which in effect gives precedent to this current application. And we believe the condition with regards to 9 people is enforceable. as it's 9 people residing at the property. And, you know, that's, if I'm sure if neighbours were to notice that and call enforcement, we would be able to act upon that.
Thank you, Lawrence. Katie?
Okay, I was going to ask some questions about the noise. I was going to ask about formal complaints and compliance with the licensing requirements on houses and multiple occupancy, but that's going to be dealt with by the licensing committee. One of the reasons previously there was the concern about the amenity space, and it's going from a 6-bedroom to 9-bedroom. And I wonder if the case officer knows where the current bike store is. It's just that, again, the bike store is going to be provided in the garden, which therefore reduces the external amenity space. And I wondered whether where the existing bikes are and whether the existing storage facilities could be extended rather than a new one in the garden.
Lawrence?
To my knowledge, there wasn't a bike store previously provided. It is going to go in the garden, and that is largely to refrain from interrupting the street scene or the landscaping to the front of the dwelling. And although it does reduce the amount of amenity space to the rear, it's of the officer's impression that the amenity space to the rear is still sufficient for 9 individuals.
Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I wondered if the officer could just bring us up the photo image of the property, just so we could kind of get our head around where everything would be. That would be great. Secondly, would the officer and Toby consider strengthening condition 6, which is the management plan, to explicitly mention noise? It's sort of implied in there, but it mostly talks about bins and other arrangements, because I think that would offer some comfort to residents that there is actually an ongoing requirement with the management plan to manage noise as well as all the other things, and particularly with the patio doors that do open out, although I do note that it is definitely bigger in terms of amenity space than the previous one. And finally, paragraph 6.2, where we have the comments from environmental health. It's a bit weird because it says, it would far surpass the likely occupation numbers of current use and therefore is significant intensification. The development is acceptable. What I can't work out is whether that was before the changes came in or afterwards, because they're saying in one sentence it far surpasses it and in the next that it's acceptable. So I can't work out whether that comment was submitted prior to the amendments, which have basically given more space to the kitchen and the living space. I'd be grateful for clarification. Thank you.
Lawrence, are you able to do that?
Yes, the comments from environmental health were provided within this application and not within the previous application, as the comments from environmental health within the previous application stated the development was not acceptable due to the internal living arrangements and the pressure that would be put on the garden with regards to noise. Now that the development has, in their eyes, been seen as acceptable, this has largely influenced the officer's recommendation to state that the internal living arrangements within this secondary application have addressed those previous concerns. Obviously, the dwellings on scene, I'm sure everyone can see that. And there was another point requested. Sorry, I missed one question from Councillor Pora there.
The photo of the garden from above, I think, as well. Oh, I mean,
the garden.
Like looking at the site. If you've got the Google map one.
Of the back.
Yeah, like a Google map one, for example, where you can actually see.
Chairman, through you, I think the other question was around condition 6 and specific mention of noise, which would be possible to incorporate.
Can I point out, before we go any further, that this is going to be a license, if approved, it's going to be licensed. Because of the license, we have greater powers. And that whilst nobody or some people might not want an HMO in their in their area, and I'm sure that there's nobody that really queues up for that sort of thing, they are permissible. And we shouldn't just keep picking, looking for something so that we might turn it down. If you don't think this is appropriate in this place, then that sort of point has been quite well made. But if you think that we are being overzealous in trying to find some reason to turn it down, then please, can we not go through that process? This will be policed by our licensing department.
I did ask the officer what was the size of the garden as now and in the past, and it would be very useful to see the Google overview map, please.
I can confirm that the usable external amenity space, that's not including the bin store and bike store, is at 46 square metres.
Thank you, Lawrence. Katie.
Going back to the cycle store, I appreciate the officer said that you didn't want to put it right in front, but I notice once the garage goes and becomes a window, I'm just wondering why we weren't considering putting the cycle store kind of in front of the garage, which I think, from my understanding, would still leave enough space for a car. But I do understand it may not, but I just wanted to check that, because again, it just seems a shame to put them at the back for the obvious transport promotion, but also because of the removal of some of the amenity space. So I don't know if the officer has a comment on that.
Following recent more in-depth reviews of the application, I've noticed that the bin store is currently too small, so Wood was going to be requesting a bin store condition anyway. This could entail the location being changed to the front if councillors would prefer this. Obviously, I was trying to consider the street scene more so at the time, but if councillors believe this will be more beneficial, I'm sure discussions with the agent can be had following the outcome of this application.
Asking for that?
Does that mean this is a no car occupancy? Because then if there's a no car occupancy, then there may be space in the driveway, but to retain the window into the proposed ground floor bedroom.
Lawrence?
I may have to defer to Toby on this, but the plans that have been submitted, the application that stands before us is for the intention of providing one number parking space to the front. I don't think that the loss of a parking space is generally detrimental to the outcome. You know, I think the proximity of active travel connections, public transport, the rail station, you know, it's all it's got everything necessary to be a car-free development. If the parking space did have to be removed.
Toby?
Yeah, Chair, through you, I'd agree. There does look to be potentially space for some cycle storage to be located on the drive, and it looked like that would probably remove the ability to actually physically kind of park a car within that space. It may well be entirely appropriate, given that it's in a kind of recessed area, to provide a cycle store there, absolutely, and that could be conditioned as part of any permission.
Okay, councillors, so that will go on the list. I think that this is something that's propping up our schemes, but we want to see more bike stores at the front of houses. We don't want to see cars parked out there. They're not part of the landscape. So it's good. And of course, one car parking space amongst 9 flats might be a bit controversial. So I think that we've got that as a condition. Are we in a position to vote now? Yes, right. Toby, would you like to give us the recommendation?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is on page 183 of the agenda pack. That is to approve subject to conditions and with the addition of a condition in relation to the design and location of a cycle store to the front of the property and an amendment to condition 6 to include wording to the effect that noise is incorporated as part of the noise management plan.
Thank you. All those in favour?
4 in favour, Chair.
Against?
1 against.
That is carried. Thank you. Can I thank you, Lawrence, for the presentation? Thank you also for the presentation on Neath Farm. And if you'd like to say to your colleague James, who I missed, to thank him for his presentation earlier.
Of course.
Thank you for the public speakers. It all makes
Thank you, Chair.
this thing become much more democratic and real. So thank you, everybody. So we now move to item 14.
What a fucking waste of time that was.
I missed that, for the record. Oh, no. Here we go. You know what people really think about us. Okay, so we're now on item 14, which is a recommendation to remove a tree, which is considered by is Joanna Davis here?
Yes, I am.
Right, that's great. So I won't say what you're going to recommend to us. And there's an objector who has submitted a statement, which I understand James has got. So Joanna, would you like to present to us? We've got something on the screen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There isn't anything for the screen at the moment. The tree work application has been received from Homerton College to fell a lime tree located adjacent to the recently completed development on Harrison Drive. The application is brought before committee because objections to the proposal have been received from residents of Harrison Drive. Significant damage to roots and a reduction in rooting volume resulting from construction of the approved development has already led to a significant decline apparent from the dead wood and dieback in the canopy. For this reason, officers agree that there is sufficient justification to allow the tree's removal subject to replacement planting. The recommendation is therefore to grant consent subject to replacement planting. As you have already stated, one of the objectors has requested that a statement is read out. The photographs were submitted with that statement. They were uploaded to public access and are available there. But Chair, if you would like, I can share my screen to show these photographs.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
This is the photograph of the lime, that the tree in question. Another photograph from closer to gives a better indication of the relationship with the building. And again, this is the same tree. The objector you will hear is presenting these trees to show that the tree has flushed this year.
Thank you. So is that your report, Joanne?
Yes, that's my introduction.
Thank you very much. If you could wait, I'm sure there'll be questions. We've got a statement from Lorma to be read by James, who will give himself 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. A statement from local resident in objection. Statement sent because resident unable to attend today. Number of concerns that the resident asked us to address. One, why is there no location being stated in the information, and why was there so little advance notice provided of this meeting, especially given the intermittent long bank holiday weekend, effectively leaving only one working day between notice given and the committee meeting? This seems highly unusual. Can you please explain what is the usual policy and rules on advance notice for planning committee? This application was first submitted and we were asked to come up with the application a very long time ago indeed, and there are a large number of people affected who had voiced objections to the application. In the circumstances, it's unreasonable to expect, especially after such a long period of time, since the initial application, extensive comments were submitted, and while only a single person can speak in objection, that it would be possible to make arrangements on short notice to speak at committee. Respectfully ask consideration of this application is delayed until the next planning committee. If the application is nevertheless being considered by committee today, in the interest of fairness and equality, can it be expressly stated to the members of the committee that it is not for the lack of desire to speak in objection at the meeting that the speaker is unable to attend due to the late notice in their opinion? Two, further, if the committee is nevertheless going to consider the application to enable a proper and fair assessment of the application, it must be done on the basis of the latest evidence regarding the state of the tree in question. As it can be seen from the pictures displayed by the officer, the tree is overall healthy and has fresh leaves coming throughout. As the building works around the tree that were cited as the cause of the tree's decline have also now finished, it seems only reasonable that more time is given to let the tree regenerate and fully assess the long-term sustainability of this tree in due course. Therefore, respectfully ask that consideration of the planning application also be delayed for an appropriate amount of time on these grounds. If the application is heard, could you please provide copies of the pictures so people can see them? They've been displayed. About 40 seconds left, Chair, and a couple of paragraphs. Lastly, as the building works have now finished, it is more apparent, as is visible on the pictures, that the tree in question has been given a sufficient amount of space around it, and there is some distance between the tree and new building next to it. Indeed, the tree in question seems to have been afforded the same amount of space and distance from the building as the other mature trees in front of the new building. The college has confirmed that it will maintain the tree. If the application is heard, could the college be asked to explain how the setting around these two trees is different and why that one of the trees can be preserved and allowed to grow, whereas the other is not? Surely it's incumbent on the college to settle that question and use its best endeavours to protect and save the tree. Could you please ensure committee members are also made aware of this fact and it's taken into consideration? Thank you for your time.
I was asked as the chair about the notification to potential objectors, and I'm given to understand that the correct notification was given. So I'd made a decision that we would go ahead with this. Can I, and I think everybody's been made aware of the objectors' points, can I ask you, Joanna, would we be empowered, because the tree is damaged, potentially by the developers, to ask for a more mature tree than we would normally ask, so that we get a real tree put back there, not a sapling?
Chair, I believe that we could. In fact, condition 35 of the planning permission that relates to the dining hall and the development that has impacted on this tree specifically states that if a tree dies within 5 years, is damaged or dies within 5 years of the development, then we can enforce replacement planting. Because of the impact of the tree and because the visual impact of the tree, and because it's clear that it is damage from the construction process that has resulted in the condition of the tree now, I believe that yes, we can. we had the condition that we use actually says that the tree cannot be removed until replacement planting has been agreed.
Thank you. I think that's clear. Has anybody got any questions? Jenny?
Apologies, I seem to be asking lots of questions this time. I'm just looking at some of the objectors' points. I'd like the officer, who I think you've already said, Joanna, and in the application that the tree is, you said the tree is damaged, but is the flushing, I mean, is this temporary damage, or do you really think this is long-term damage and the tree is really declining and will die? Thank you.
I think the officer made that clear, but Joanna, would you like to say it again?
Yes, absolutely. There was certainly extensive damage done to the root system that will impact on the long-term retention of this tree. How quickly the tree would decline is very difficult to say. Of a greater concern for me is that the damage that was done would have been to large diameter tree roots. There's no indication of a loss of stability at the moment, but damage to large diameter roots results in significant decay, which could compromise the tree's structural integrity in the future. Having a replacement tree that would grow within the confines of the environment and adapt to the confines of the environment would ensure the long-term amenity contribution that a tree in this location offers.
Thank you very much. I think that couldn't be clearer. Katie?
I think, could I ask the tree officer, the removal of a mature tree is actually a loss of quite a substantial amount of biodiversity, even if a larger replacement tree is put in its place. Would it be part of the condition in replacement of the tree? Could further biodiversity be provided in an appropriate location as part of the agreement of the replacement tree?
Joanna?
I think that would be very difficult. What we're looking at here is a tree work application as opposed to a planning application for development. The tree is protected by a TPO, therefore an applicant has to request the council's permission to do any works or remove the tree. We need to balance the amenity contribution of that tree against the justification for the work. I believe from a technical perspective, the justification has been presented to allow the tree to be removed. It is therefore appropriate, because the tree has an amenity value, to safeguard that long-term amenity value by requesting a replacement tree. I think in this instance, the biodiversity value isn't relevant enough in terms of a tree preservation order.
Katie, do you want to come back on that? Other Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I do know Joanna's a very expert tree officer, so I respect her opinion. I just want to check with the officer. I mean, if we did look at waiting, I mean, if we waited 6 months or a year, would we have a better idea? Or I think from what Joanna said, she's still concerned that structurally there could be root damage in the longer term because it's already damaged too badly. And I understand from the paperwork that was something that obviously the applicant was hoping to avoid, but obviously we have to deal with what we've got in front of us now. Second is, when you talk about a mature replacement, could the officer give us an idea of kind of relatively how big that would be and how many years it would take to establish itself, kind of to hold its own in that area? And also, what is the timescale for the 5 years where they still have to replace it? 'Cause obviously one issue with deferring is we might exceed that and then the applicant wouldn't need to pay for a new tree. So I suppose that's a consideration I have, because I don't know when we started on site and when the 5 years runs out. So those are my questions. Thank you.
I must say that I think the officer was clear and you accepted that the tree needs to come down. You know, I mean, we're asking ambiguous questions almost because the officer has already said that. I mean, we could wait 3 years and it could fall over and crush the house, couldn't it? And anyway, do you want to make some answer to that, Joanna?
Yes, of course. With regards to the size of the tree, you would probably be looking at something in the region of 15 to 25 centimetre girth, which would give you a tree maybe 8 metres tall. It wouldn't be the size that the tree is now, but it would still make a significant contribution in terms of visual amenity. With regard to the 5 years, I think that's probably not relevant in this instance, because we're looking at a tree work application. If we refuse, then we can assess any future application because the tree has died and then condition replacement planting. In terms of the cost would still be associated with the college. So the college would still be paying for that tree if we chose to remove it in the future. We could wait and see. The point of the tree preservation order requires justification to be given, an assessment to be made of the importance of that or the significance of that justification against the amenity value. Officers accept that the condition of the tree is sufficiently declined that justification has been given and therefore approval would be recommended.
Going to the vote, if we can hear the recommendation, yes? Everybody okay with that?
Chair, the recommendation's on page 192, and it is that Planning Committee grant consent for the trees removal subject to replacement planting conditions as set out.
Thank you. All those in favour of following the officer's recommendation?
It's all in support, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we have an enforcement report. Will Holloway, Lead Principal Planning Compliance Officer. Are we going to have any presentation on this?
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see you, Will.
Oh, right, okay. Start again. No. Can you see me now, Chair?
We don't have to see you, but I mean, it was just my question.
I'm trying, honestly, Chair. Yeah. Fortunately, it's not working for me to come on. But I'll go ahead with my. There is no presentation. Obviously, you've been given the planning enforcement report. What we are trying to do, we're trying to duplicate what we do at South Cambridge to make sure that you have it on the Cambridge City side as well. So every planning committee moving forward, we shall produce you all of our stats on the month, as you see before you, and also any significant cases that are going on in the Cambridge City area. We will give verbal updates on them. Prior to committees, if any members wish to be updated on any cases, if they can come to myself or John Shuttlewood direct and ask for that case to be put onto the enforcement report, we'll be more than happy to add it and add a verbal update at the next committee. And that is all from myself, Chair.
Thank you. Katie?
Will, thank you very much. It's really good to have this report. I'm particularly interested in ongoing enforcement work regarding short-term visitor accommodation and Airbnb. So I wonder if in future we could have a paragraph giving us a bit more detail about how many, what the success rate was the previous year, and how, just more information about that would be good, because my understanding is that the city is being very diligent in taking enforcement, and it's takes a long time, but we're quite successful in carrying out the enforcement.
Yes, thank you, through the chair, thank you, councillor. So we currently have 62 open cases on HMOs and short-term lets. We are looking at doing a long-term project where we specifically focus on these. We're hoping to commence that in the summer months. So I will make sure it's updated onto the next planning committee for you.
Katie?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, picking up on that, it'd be quite useful. When it says resolved, does that mean we took action or not? Because it would be really useful to know, for example, in the short-term lets, what action we have taken, where we were successful in reaching an agreement or stopping a property being changed into that. Because I said, when it says resolved, I'm not quite clear whether that's resolved in whose favour. And the other thing I suppose I'd like to raise, which I know is an issue, discharge of conditions. I've had a couple recently in my ward and elsewhere where we've had developers being verbally told that a condition's been discharged and started work, but the planning portal isn't showing it as discharged. And again, there's a couple where I've had to go to enforcement and the officers who have been good and gone and sorted it out. But I would urge us, the planning authority, to do as much as we can to make sure that developers aren't starting stuff on site where it's still showing as a waiting decision on the website, because it causes a lot of work for our poor enforcement team, but also for planning officers and concerns for residents, because people get worried then that things are happening that shouldn't be. And then it's quite hard to separate out the genuine breaches with people who are sort of working forward in good faith. But I do appreciate, obviously, we do have a backlog and our planning officers are working really hard on that. But I think sometimes it adds more work when that gets raised. But thank you to enforcement for the ones they have followed up for me recently.
Thank you. Do you want to comment on that, Will?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So obviously there are a multitude of reasons why we do close enforcement cases. Trying to keep it as simple as possible for members as to why they're resolved. Ultimately, why they're resolved is that there's no more further breach of planning control. But I'm more than happy to expand on those reasons for the next planning committee, if that's what we would like to move forward through the chair. And then on to conditions, we have set up a new process with our strategic sites, hopefully to speed these matters up as to where commencement has started prior to discharge of condition. So we're hoping that we are going to speed that process up. That was implemented last month. So I'm hoping you will see an improvement in that quickly from both sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Jenny?
Just a minor comment picking up what Katie Poirier said. It might be worth graphing some of the data that you've got so that we can sort of see time series. I mean, you could do it easy for the short-term visitor accommodation investigations. So you can see the churn, what's opened, what's closed, how many we've got over time. And the same would be, possibly for the enforcement cases overall. But thank you very much for this and also for highlighting the significant cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. Any more points? Great. So thank you, Will, for coming and presenting to us. Do we have to formally accept this report?
I can't see, Chair, that there is a formal recommendation. It is just a note as far as I'm aware.
So thank you very much, Will, for coming and talking to us and explaining the sterling work that you've been doing. So I think that's the end. So well done, people. Well, I think that we've had a couple of difficult things tomorrow. Can I ask you to speak to your respective groups and say, can you choose people with different names next time so we don't have two Katies and two Jennies? No? Okay. So I thank you very much to the officers. Thank you, Claire, James, Keith and Toby, and sending our best wishes, of course. Okay, thank you.